Sound advice. No politics. This is Advice Radio. KKAD, Vancouver, Portland.
It's time now for Portland Beavers Baseball, an exciting Pacific Coast League action. Portland Beavers Baseball is brought to you in part by Portland General Electric, bringing the energy to PGE Park. By Fred Meyer. What's on your list today? You'll find it at Fred Meyer. By G.I. Joe's. Go to Joe's, grab the gear, and seize the weekend. By Allstate. You're in good hands with Allstate. By Pepsi. The joy of Pepsi. By the Thomas & Otto Group, the leader in volume and selection. By Umbro, the official uniform and equipment supplier to the Portland Timbers soccer team. And by Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light. And now, let's go out to the ball game.
I think at this point in time, the Portland Beavers can look back to what Tom Cruise's character said in the movie Risky Business. Now, I can't quote Cruise exactly, but I think pretty much at this point, the Beavers, and I'll paraphrase here, are saying, sometimes you gotta say, what the heck? And the Beavers, after being blown out each of the last two ball games, 12-2 and 15-4, tonight they'll run the flag up to Flagpole another time here in Salt Lake City as they look for their first win of the year against the Stingers. Hi, everybody. This is Rich Burke, and welcome to Franklin Covey Field here in Salt Lake City, Utah. Justin Kutcher back in studio. This is the third game of the four-game series, third game of the eight-game road trip, and the Beavers have got to start winning against the North Division. They're 0-6 against Salt Lake this year, just 1-9 against North Division opponents here in the 2003 season. Amazingly, the Beavers still remain in first place. Edmonton saw Tacoma score 4 late runs last night, and so Edmonton lost 4-3. And the Beavers remain a half game up on Edmonton. Salt Lake just a game and a half back, and Tacoma 6 games behind. Tonight for the Beavs, right-hander Brian Tolberg will try to snap Portland's 3-game losing streak. Toley won his last outing. That was at home against Memphis. And for the year, 1-1, 4.29 in 7 starts. Meanwhile, right-hander Steve Green will go for Salt Lake. 6-3, 4.71. Green, by the way, no decision in a 4-3 Salt Lake win at PGE Park back on May the 22nd. He gave up 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings. And this will be Brian Tolberg's second start against Salt Lake this year. He had one of his better outings all season long back on May the 20th in Portland against the Stingers. He didn't pick up a decision as the Beavers lost 4-2. Tolberg did everything he could, gave up just 1 run and only 7 hits in 7 innings of work. The Portland Beavers and the Salt Lake Stingers, a couple of affiliates of Southern California teams going at one another this evening. Beavers, of course, the affiliate of the San Diego Padres. Salt Lake, the affiliate of the world champion Anaheim Angels. And in their 6 victories over Portland this year without a loss, Salt Lake has outscored the Beavers 48-13. And in the last 4 games, the Beavers pitching staff is really struggling. They've given up 44 runs on 59 hits in a victory over Memphis and then a loss to Memphis and 2 losses to Salt Lake. When our pregame show continues here on 1550 KKAD, we will first meet Beavers manager Rick Sweet, and then in a little while we'll talk with Beavers pitching coach Mike Couchet. All that and more coming up. We'll be back with more after this on AM 1550 KKAD.
Hi, this is Gwen with PGE. How can I help you?
At Portland General Electric, we may be known for power lines.
Let me go over our time of use option with you.
The ones we maintain through rain, wind, ice, and snow.
It's not a problem at all. We can transfer your service from here or the web.
But there are other lines we're equally focused on.
Have you ever considered our online paperless billing?
Lines of communication.
Definitely. Our website is your best bet for that.
That's why you can call us weekdays for person-to-person advice.
Bueno, ¿hay algo más que le puedo ofrecer?
Stop by our offices.
Yes, there are 2 financial assistance plans you may qualify for.
Or visit our website for a wealth of services any hour, any day.
Yes, all you have to do is log on to portlandgeneral.com and you can track your usage that way.
After all, in today's rapidly changing energy world...
Well, yes, compact fluorescents usually pay for themselves within 2 years.
Knowledge is just as powerful as, well, Power.
Thanks. You have a good one, too.
PGE. We do this every day.
Damerel Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at Damerel Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call Damerel Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-DAMERO.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians. Like Chris and Roger from Less Than Jake.
I usually don't put stuff down on tape because if it's not good enough to remember, then it's not good enough for riffs. So I have a bunch of stuff in my head that you go to write an album, I'll just start purging those ideas.
Every little scrap of an idea that I have, I just record, and then I have this huge collection, and I listen to it, and I pick out stuff.
I should do that. I'm going to do that.
This moment of True Music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
It is a beautiful evening here in Salt Lake City. The Beavers and the Salt Lake Stingers, third game of the four-game series. Salt Lake winning last night 15-4 after taking the opener 12-2. My guest on the pregame show, Beavers manager Rick Sweet. And Skip, the Beavers haven't been blown out much at all this year, but it's happened now on back-to-back nights. As a manager, what can you do?
Get ready for today. That's the beautiful thing about baseball. You know, blowouts happen. They don't affect the club that much. Blowouts happen. You just turn the page and move on. It's the games that you lose 5-4, 3-2 that you look back on and hang on more the next day. So we've had two blowouts. They're over and done with, thank goodness, and we'll move on and get ready today.
Dennis Tankersley walked 4 in 4 innings last night. On the other hand, a couple of hits they had in that 3-run fourth inning were bloopers and choppers, and then there was an error. He probably shouldn't have given up any runs at all in that inning.
Well, it could have been. That's very true. They didn't hit the ball hard, but I think the key element you got to remember is what was the counts. 3-2, 3-1, a lot of deep counts. When you get in those counts, hitters know you have to throw a fastball. You have to come to them. Hitters are very good when they know you have to throw the ball over the plate, and that's what happens. That's why you don't want to get to that 3-2 count or that 3-1 count. It's a hitter's paradise, and bloopers and hard balls happen.
From where I sat last night up in the press box, it didn't look like Tankersley had the command of his sinker that he has had at times this year, and it also didn't look like the slider had the bite that it had earlier this year.
Well, I think they were both okay. It's just pure command, his inability to throw the ball over the plate. Now, we had an umpire last night that didn't call the low pitch, and quite frankly, you got a sinker ball pitcher on the mound, you got an umpire that doesn't call the low pitch. You're going to have problems, but you got to make the adjustments.
We're talking with Beavers manager Rick Sweet. Matt Hampton came to you about a month ago. He's been solid out of the bullpen ever since he got here. Last night he struggled a bit, but I know the Padres organization seems to like him a lot.
Well, definitely. Anytime you have a left-hander that throws the ball over the plate and has some command of what he's trying to do, you're going to be a valuable commodity. And he's pitched very well. Yesterday he left some balls up. We didn't pitch inside enough, and that's something you will definitely see tonight. This is a ball club here, Salt Lake, that you cannot constantly pitch on the outside part of the plate. They'll kill you. We need to pitch inside, and we're going to do that more tonight.
You've got Brian Tolberg on the hill tonight.
Yep, you're right.
Tell me about him.
Well, Toley's a veteran guy. He knows how to pitch. Doesn't overpower anybody. His stuff is not going to blow you away, but he knows how to pitch in and out. He'll work both sides of the plate. He can throw his curveball anytime he wants for strikes, and his changeup. That's why Toley has as much success as he has. He knows how to pitch, and he has command of all of his pitches.
It was just over a year ago when he had Tommy John surgery. So here, 13 months later now, and you still have to be very careful with him, don't you?
Without a doubt. He is really ahead of schedule. He's already gotten his pitch count up quite a bit, but you're right. We keep a close eye on him. It takes 18 months before they'll say, okay, you're out of the woods and you're 100%. He's ahead of schedule, but he's somebody we have to keep a close eye on.
Beavers manager Rick Sweet, our guest on our pregame show. And Rick, congratulations on the All-Star game assignment. You get to manage the Pacific Coast League All-Star team in the AAA All-Star game on July 16th in Memphis.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's an honor. I've done this second time I've done it at AAA level. It's a great time. It's a good experience. And, I'm honored to be the guy.
I'll take this infield you have here in Portland over any other in the league. You have Alex Pelaez, who was Pacific Coast League All-Star last year. You have Khalil Green, who's going to play in the Futures game toward the All-Star break. And then the right side of your infield, Bernie Castro and Tag Bozade, both members of your All-Star team.
Well, you look at our infield, the strength I've said all year has been our infield, actually has been our defense. Our defensive play has, in the outfield, has really backed off a little bit because of the loss of DeHaan and Jason Bay. But infield-wise, we are rock solid.
All right, Skip. Well, tomorrow on our pregame interview, I want to take a few minutes and talk about the art of catching, and I know that's something that you're very familiar with, and hope you're looking forward to that.
Well, I'm always looking forward to talking to you because I never know what you're going to come up with.
Okay, Rick, thanks a lot. We'll have more on our pregame show after this here on 1550 KKAD.
Vacation bound or staying in town? Summer fun starts at the Les Schwab side. The sign that says, "We've got your tires." And to stretch those summer vacation dollars, we've put two of our most popular passenger all-season radials on sale. Spectrum and Proxys TPT. For pickups and SUVs, Wildcat All-Season and SXT All-Terrain. They're on sale, too. If you need a new battery, good timing. Les Schwab's popular 60-month is on sale. Les Schwab, we want your business.
Baseball fans, as you watch the boys of summer take the field, be sure to take a Fletcher's Frank back to your seat. After all, nothing goes with baseball quite like a great hot dog. Get them while they're hot at PGE Park or in the meat department of your favorite store. And while you're there, look for our premium deli hams, link sausage, and stack pack bacon, too. Go Beavers from your friends at Fletcher's Fine Foods.
Ever thought of visiting a charming city with a beautiful waterfront park, pedestrian-friendly downtown, millions of dining and entertainment options? Well, the Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront invites you to do just that. It's springtime in the Rose City. Why waste the airfare? Check into the Marriott's Riverview or Downtown View rooms, then plot your strategy for fun. Or just cozy up with some chilled bubbly and a pair of prawn cocktails. The Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront. Big city hotel excitement right here in your hometown.
Hey, you gotta be here to grab the gear. Better get ready to go. G.I. Joe, your sports and auto store.
Need a battery that'll last? G.I. Joe's can help. Because Joe's carries a wide range of reliable Duracell batteries, America's best-selling battery. You can depend on the copper top for long-lasting power, just like you can depend on Joe's to have all the sports and auto gear you need to seize the weekend.
G.I. Joe's, your sports and auto store. Seize the weekend.
And we are back in Salt Lake City, Utah, Franklin Covey Field, the Portland Beavers and the Salt Lake Stingers. And my next guest in the pregame show, Portland Beavers pitching coach Mike Couchet. And Cooch, what can you say? Last two nights, your staff gave up 27 runs. I talked to you a couple of weeks ago when we were either in Colorado Springs or Albuquerque. They were throwing very well. You were very happy about things. What about right now?
Yeah, it's just, it's a little skid they're going through right now. And, hopefully we'll come out and make some adjustments that we talked about this afternoon. And, just be a little more aggressive in the strike zone and work both sides of the plate and, have them start hitting some of our pitches.
You had a big meeting today. Were those the specifics of what you talked about? Is there anything else you can get into?
No, it's just a general meeting as a whole. I'm not a big guy in meetings, but, occasionally you're not going well and you got to sit down and get some things out in the air. And, we did. I thought it went real well, and hopefully it'll carry over, and we'll get back on the roll that we were on before.
Are the players pretty active in those things?
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, that's really what it's for. It's for them. It's not for any other purpose than for them, and try to figure out what we can do to be better as individuals and better as a staff, and help this club get righted.
Your two catchers, Wiki Gonzalez and Yamid Had, they're probably in on those meetings too. And how vocal are they?
Oh, typically they are, and they're always good to be in there because they've got a lot of input. They work with those guys every pitch, every inning, and a lot of times you get a different perspective from back there than we do on the mound. And it's very beneficial to have him around in those things.
We're talking with Beavers pitching coach Mike Couchet. And, Couch, one of the main topics of conversation for the Beavers in late innings over the last couple of weeks has been Courtney Duncan, who began the year on fire. He had 17 saves, 16 coming through the month of May. Since he came back from his son's birth, though, he has struggled a little bit. His last 9 appearances, he's given up 15 runs, 10 of those earned, and he's given up 18 hits in 9 innings, which is very much unlike him. Why?
I think he's gotten into a pattern of pitching out there, and we're going around the league for the second, third time now, so guys have a pretty good idea of what he does, and that was part of what we talked about today was changing our routine, changing our pattern, not continually going with the same stuff over and over, because at this level you've got hitters that adjust, and if we see that and if we don't adjust back, we end up having nights like we've had the last couple nights.
A lot of that has to do with the catcher too, right?
Absolutely, and again, that's why you have everybody involved in discussions and try to get all the viewpoints and get everybody on the same page.
You look back at that game we had about a week and a half ago now in Portland where Courtney Duncan had that one-hop comebacker with a 2-run lead and nobody on base in the 9th inning, and all he had to do was make a simple throw to first base. He threw low. The ball got away from Bozade. A couple of hits, a pass ball, another hit, and all of a sudden the Beavers had lost 5-4. As a closer, how do you recover from something like that?
It's easy and it's difficult because, you get a chance the next night to go right out and do the same thing again. And as a closer, you're either going to be the hero or the GOAT. And, I was that as a pitcher when I played. And I didn't look at it as a lot of pressure because, if you're a GOAT too many times, you're not in that role anymore. So, and if you're getting the job done, it's just, it becomes part of what you do. And you have a bad one, you just got to forget about it. And the good thing about, that role versus a starter has a bad day and he's out in the 3rd inning. He's got to sit around for 4 days, 5 days before he gets to go back out there again. So, it's part of the game. Nobody's ever gone out there and gotten everybody out every time. And, the best closers in baseball, they blow saves occasionally. And, it's just, it's a mental thing. It's a personality thing. And, Dunk will be fine.
We're talking with Beavers pitching coach Mike Couchet, who for 15 years was a member of the organization the Beavers are playing against tonight, the Anaheim Angels organization, in their AAA club, the Salt Lake Stingers. He wears a big rock on his finger. He was with them last year when they won the World Series, so he has a World Series championship ring. Coming over here and seeing a lot of people that you know, does it bring back a lot of memories?
Oh, yeah, I've got nothing but good memories from the 15 years I spent with Anaheim. And, it's difficult when you play a series like this and like we did up at our place because, you're always going to pull for the kids that you had. And, I work with a lot of these kids that are on the other club right now. And, you'd like to see them succeed, but not necessarily against us. So, and they pitched very well against us. And, you looked at maybe you had something to do with that, but just right now, I just soon have them have their bad outing against us.
When you look at guys like Jared Washburn and John Lackey, do you draw any correlation with some of the guys you see here in the Padres organization, and maybe the Padres are where the Angels were a couple of years ago?
I mean, I saw that from spring training, and having been with Anaheim for 15 years, and a lot of down years, and obviously culminating last year with the World Series win. But that was one of the first things that jumped out at me was how similar this organization is to what Anaheim was 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, there's quite a correlation between what we have here and what they had there a couple years ago.
Well, there's certainly a long way to go, but who knows, maybe 2-3 years from now you'll have another World Championship ring, this one with an SD on it.
I'd certainly take it and with open arms and be very proud of that one as I am of the one I got from Anaheim.
All right, that's Beavers pitching coach Mike Couchet. We'll have more from Franklin Covey Field here in Salt Lake City after this on AM 1550. And now back to the studio and Justin Kutcher.
All right, thanks a lot, Rich. Back here at Beaver headquarters for this pregame sports update, checking our Bud Light Major League scoreboard. Interleague play, Cincinnati scored 2 runs with 2 outs in the 9th inning to stun Cleveland 5-4. The Yankees, they won Game 1 of a day-night home-and-home doubleheader versus the Mets 7-1. Roger Clemens got win number 301. Hideki Matsui, Godzilla, hit his grand slam, his second of the season, and drove in 5 runs. Game 2, the Yankees lead 2-0 in the second as Alfonso Soriano and Derek Jeter led off the game with back-to-back home runs off of Tom Glavine. For the second straight day, the Cubs were left on the field as the White Sox scored another bottom of the 9th run to shock the Cubbies 7-6. Montreal beat Toronto 4-2 despite Carlos Delgado's 26th home run. Atlanta trails Tampa Bay 9-6 in the 7th. Philadelphia is up 7-3 over Baltimore in the 6th. Also in the 6th, Florida trails Boston 4-2. Arizona at Detroit, scoreless in the 1st. They had a long rain delay. That game was scheduled for about 5 o'clock. Back in Detroit, St. Louis leads Kansas City 9-5 in the 4th. Jim Edmonds hit his 23rd homer. Scott Rowland, number 15. Minnesota on top of Milwaukee 3-1. That game's in the 6th. Houston blanked Texas 2-0. San Francisco defeated Oakland 8-7 in 10 innings after trailing 6-0 to Barry Zito. Barry Bonds, number 22 for the Giants. Both these two games, first pitch 7:05, LA at Anaheim, Ishii versus Apier, San Diego at Seattle, Peavy versus Franklin. One game in the National League, Colorado's up 5-1 over Pittsburgh. That one's in the 5th. And Andre Agassi, he survived the scare at Wimbledon today, coming back and defeating Jonas El Ainoy 5-7, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6 to reach the 4th round. Agassi is trying to become the oldest champion at the All England Club in the Open era at the age of 33. Now back out to Rich Burke for some more on our pregame show here on 1550 KKAD.
All right, thanks a lot, Kutch. We're here at Franklin Covey Field in the shadow of the Wasatch Mountains. Boy, they look great in the distance. Another spectacular evening for baseball here. They expect a big crowd tonight here at Franklin Covey. And on this Saturday night, blankets are spread out on the grassy hillside beyond right and left field. And the Salt Lake Stingers feeling very good about things, having beaten the Beavers back-to-back nights 12-2 and 15-4. Well, tonight we've got a battle of a couple of guys coming off Tommy John surgery. Brian Tolberg, who had his surgery last June 5th, and Steve Green, who had Tommy John ligament transplant surgery back in June of 2001. Green was knocked around in his last outing at home against Las Vegas 6 days ago. Just 2 2/3 innings, 12 hits, and 9 runs all earned. Meanwhile, Brian Tolberg looked very solid in his last outing, particularly in his first 5 innings. Tolberg ended up picking up his first win in more than a year. And he went 6 innings, gave up 8 hits, and 5 runs all earned. Though through the first 5 innings, he had given up just 3 hits and only 2 runs. So Brian Tolberg, Steve Green, a couple of right-handers coming back from Tommy John surgery. We'll be back with our starting lineups after this. Our Beaver pregame show will continue on AM 1550 KKAD.
There is cool. And there is mass-produced. There is cool. And there is flavor of the day. There is cool. And there is over-roasted. There is cool. And there is non-traditional. There is Boyd's Coffee. And there is nothing else. Boyd's Coffee, meticulously roasted in small batches by a company whose passion for coffee started more than 100 years ago. Find our distinctive 21 coffee blends in finer restaurants, at our stores in Gresham, near PGE Park, and our new Pearl location, and at boydscoffee.com. Boyd's Coffee. Cool beans.
Day 12 in my quest to classify and consume every single object at AM/PM. I am in the region commonly known as Gummy. It's a world full of multicolored worms and miniature bears who live together in small packs. They let me observe them up close. And then, one by one, I ate them.
Discover our crispier than ever corn dogs. They're 2 for 99 cents at AM/PM. Too much good stuff.
At participating stores for a limited time while supplies last. Prices may vary.
Team, you're a part of something really special here. Everyone is counting on us. So get out there and give 1%.
At U.S. Bank, we're all giving 1%. A 1% cash rebate, that is. Just sign up for free checking with Checking That Pays, and you could earn up to a 1% cash rebate when you use your U.S. Bank check card to make purchases. For more details, stop into any U.S. Bank branch. Call 1-800-720-BANK or visit usbank.com. Member FDIC.
A warm evening here in the Salt Lake Valley. Not a single cloud in the sky. 86 degrees right now as we are, about 7 minutes away from the first pitch of the third game of this series. And you know what? I'm going to get this out of the way right away. right away. You probably have this memorized by now, but this broadcast is the property of the Portland Beavers Baseball Club. Any rebroadcast or reproduction without the expressed written consent of the Portland Beavers is strictly prohibited. Our starting lineups for tonight's game brought to you by the Thomason Auto Group, the leader in volume and selection. And for the Beavers, Bernie Castro will lead it off. He'll play second. 3 for 9 in the series. He has his average up to 288. Batting second, the shortstop, Khalil Green. He's slumping just a tad, just 1 for 8 in the series. Tag Bozade hits third, and he'll play first base. Tag was 0 for 4 last night, snapped a 6-game hitting streak, still hitting .274 for the year with 11 home runs. Mark Quinn hits fourth. He'll play left. He's struggling of late, just 2 for his last 22. Quinn's average down to 288 with the 7 home runs. Alex Pelaez, likewise 288 with 7 home runs. He'll hit fifth and play third base. Alex Fernandez hits sixth. He'll play right. His average is up to 307. He now has 11 hits in his last 21 at-bats to raise his average 27 points. Wookie Gonzalez, who's been swinging the bat well of late, he'll hit seventh and catch. Batting eighth, the DH, Rich Gomez. And batting ninth and playing center field, Jermaine Clark. This is just his second start in the last 5 games. So again for the Beavs, Castro at second, Green at short, Bozade at first. Quinn in left, Pelaez at third, Fernandez in right, Gonzalez catching, Gomez DHing, and Clark in center. On the mound for the Beavs will be right-hander Brian Tolberg, 1-1, 4.29 ERA. For the Salt Lake Stingers, the top farm club of the world champion Anaheim Angels, their manager Mike Brumley sends out this starting lineup. Alfredo Amezaga, the shortstop, and the league's leader in hitting at .352, will lead it off. Batting second, the left fielder and former Portland Beaver Adam Riggs. Rob Quinlan hits third. He'll play first base. Quinlan not one of the guys to hurt the Beavs in the series. He's just 3 for 11. His average down to .319. Still ninth in the PCL. Trent Durrington will hit fourth and play second base. Batting fifth, the DH, Jeff Guile. Barry Wesson hits sixth. He'll play right field. Batting seventh and playing third base, Keith Johnson. Will Nieves, another former Portland Beaver, will hit eighth, and he'll catch. He was 4 for 5 last night. In fact, the combination of Riggs and Nieves, the 2 former Beavers, on the Salt Lake roster, they were 8 for 10 last night. Batting ninth and playing center field, Julio Ramirez. And on the mound for Salt Lake, right-hander Steve Green, 6-3, 4.71 ERA. Rick Sweet, the skipper of the Beavs, along with Mike Brumley, the manager of the Salt Lake Stingers, out meeting with our umpiring trio tonight, Mark Winters, Frank Coughlin, and Al White. You notice that on the last homestand, the Beavers were a perfect 3-0 to begin with when hitting instructor Rob Deere took the lineup card to the hill, where Deere got a loss the final game on Tuesday against Memphis. And so Rick Sweet has taken the lineup card out ever since. But he says when the Rooster can feel it, when he knows he's got a win in his hip pocket, he'll be taking the lineup card out again. So there are your starting lineups, brought to you by the Thomason Auto Group, the leader in volume and selection. We'll take a timeout and come back with more after this on AM 1550 KKAD.
The smell of the barbecue on a summer's afternoon. Our backyard alive with kids. Long picnic tables with red and white check cloths. Family and friends bringing their favorite food. Jell-O shivering with marshmallows and fresh fruit. Fried chicken. Potato salad. Baked beans. And Mom oohing and eyeing over everything. All of us kids running as she brought out another big pitcher of fresh squeezed lemonade. Dad arguing good-naturedly with his cronies as he turned the hamburgers. And hanging over everything in the still summer air, the comforting smell of a backyard barbecue. Great food. What memories it holds for all of us. Memories of a simpler time. Memories of our family and friends. Forever young. Great food at low prices every day. You'll find it at Fred Meyer.
J. Merrill Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at J. Merrill Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call J. Merrill Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-JMERRO.
Why is Champions always a hit? Because Champions is Portland's premier sports bar and grill and your front row seat to all your favorite sporting events. With 25 screens, including 2 big ones, you won't miss a thing. Weekdays 3 to 6 score a $6.95 lunch special or $2.95 appetizers. Monthly giveaways, 13 microbrews, loads of sports memorabilia, and a killer menu. It's a sports fan's dream. Champions, inside the Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront. Champions, good food, good times, good sports.
Portland Beavers baseball is brought to you by Portland General Electric, bringing the energy to PGE Park. By Fred Meyer, what's on your list today, you'll find it at Fred Meyer. By Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light. By the Thomason Auto Group, the leader in volume and selection. Portland was swept by Salt Lake in Portland May 19th through the 22nd. And the Beavers have dropped the opening 2 games of this series by a combined score of 27-6. They lost last night 15-4. When we come back, we'll have the first pitch of tonight's game as the Beavers look to snap a 3-game losing streak and snap Salt Lake's 4-game winning streak after this here on KKAD.
Allstate understands that most people hate to wait. Nobody ever says, hey, let's go stand in line at the Department of Motor Vehicles. Or, well, we could breeze through the 10 items or less lane, but what's the hurry? Or, who's up for sitting in traffic? With this in mind, Allstate is proud to offer its customers another really fast way to get answers about their home and auto insurance. The Customer Care Center at Allstate.com. Once you're registered, you can quickly check your billing status, make a payment, or report a claim. Of course, you can still call your agent to answer any questions you have. To register for the Customer Care Center, just visit Allstate.com, because when it comes to getting your insurance questions answered right here, right now, the right hands make all the difference. Visit the Customer Care Center at Allstate.com and register today. Features and functionality may vary. Read our terms of use at Allstate.com. Allstate Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois. You're in good hands with Allstate.
When you hear the name, it'll conjure up images of narrow cobblestone streets. A little bakery with a stone hearth oven. Baskets of new baked breads dusted with flour. The name? Artisan Breads. Breads baked in the old world style. And now yours to enjoy at your F.G. Meyer Bakery. Artisan breads are baked fresh every day. Their crust so thick, so wonderful to the touch. It's the way bread should be. Now, even though they're baked in the old world style, the artisan breads at your F.G. Meyer Bakery have modern-day flavors, like cheddar, pepper, and onion. Try the Greek olive bread, moist with plump black and green olives. Or the Asiago pepper, the nutty flavor of the aged Asiago cheese, the perfect complement to the spicy peppers. The rustic old-world goodness of artisan breads. You'll find it at Fred Meyer.
Hey, this is Tag Bozay, and you're listening to Beavers Baseball on 1550 KKAD.
Tag and his teammates here in Salt Lake City tonight, the 3rd game of the 4-game series. And by the way, Bud Light wants to remind you to drink responsibly. If you're going to drink, please don't drive. Remember, together, we can all make a difference. Beavers will be back home in 6 days, Independence Day. They'll open up a homestand that night against the Edmonton Trappers. We'll have a 6 o'clock start time, and post-game fireworks brought to you by Budweiser. That'll be a great night to come out to the ballpark. What better to do on Independence Day than to watch the national pastime? The Portland Beavers at PGE Park in Portland should be a lot of fun. By the way, it'd be a great time to bring a group out to the ballpark. For group ticket information, and groups are those of 15 or more, and you get discounted tickets and amenities and things like that. I'll give you a number to call, 503-553-5555. Again, 503-553-5555. If you have a youngster celebrating a birthday this summer, PGE Park is a great place to do it. Bring everybody on out. And by the way, you can still enjoy all the benefits of being a Portland Beavers season ticket holder with a second-half mini plan. You get a great selection of games in July and August, and the phone number is the same, 503-553-5555. Steve Green, the right-hander out of Quebec, making his final warm-up tosses now. He'll go to work against Bernie Castro, Khalil Green, and Tag Bozade. If anybody gets aboard, Mark Quinn. Portland looking for something to get him going, some sort of spark plug here. A couple of nights ago when they lost 12-2, they were trailing 12-0 before they got a run on the board. Last night, they trailed 10-0 before they were able to score.
Number 3.
And here's Bernie Castro, who led off last night's game with a single and the night before with a double, but the Beavers were unable to advance him in either case. Portland has lost 7 of their last 10. Salt Lake, meanwhile, had lost 6 in a row going into a Tuesday doubleheader at home against Las Vegas. But they swept that doubleheader, and they have crushed the Beavers each of the last 2 nights. First pitch of our game brought to you by Fred Meyer. Into his wind is Green, and he deals, and Castro grounds one to the left to short. Picked up by Alfredo Amezaga, who throws him out. Last night, you remember, Castro battled with Kevin Gregg through a 10-pitch at-bat to begin the game. And Castro got a base hit. Here, first ball swinging, he grounds out to short. The 10-pitch at-bat really highlights Kevin Gregg's 75 pitches through 6 innings. And 10 to the very first hitter he faced. Here's Khalil Green, who takes a strike, 0-1. Khalil hitting .338 with 4 home runs. Just missed a home run with 2 outs in the 9th inning last night. He takes a curveball from Green outside, ball 1. Khalil 1 for 4 last night. Had a double, a walk, and an RBI ground out. Just a little mini slump for Khalil right now. The pitch from Green, and Khalil takes inside, 2-1. Steve Green, the pitcher. Khalil Green, the hitter. No relation. They spell their last names differently. Steve winds, deals to Khalil, and it swung on and pulled hard and foul outside third. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Khalil Green, 3 E's. Not all in a row. Green. Steve Green spells his name without the final E. The 2-2 pitch, change up, got him swinging, and down he goes. I thought for a minute that Nieves had dropped a foul tip, but he was able to hang on to it. Ground out and a strikeout, 2 down here in the Beaver first. Adam Riggs in left, Julio Ramirez in center, Barry Wesson in right, Rob Quinlan at first, Trent Durrington at second after Sean Figgins was called up yesterday. At shortstop, Alfredo Amezaga. The third baseman, Keith Johnson. Behind the plate, Will Nieves. Then on the mound, 6'2" right-hander Steve Green. First pitch outside to Bozade. 1 ball, no strikes. Tag went 0 for 4 last night. He takes 1 outside, 2-0. Green 6-3, 4.71 ERA. This is his 15th start. 71 innings. He's walked 34, struck out 42. So he didn't walk many, didn't strike out many. Bozade sends a drive into deep center field. Ramirez going back, nearing the 420 mark. A step onto the track, and he brings it in. Julio flips the ball up onto the grassy knoll where a youngster slides and makes the play. So Bozade sends one 410 feet to the deepest part of the ballpark, but it wasn't enough. Beavers go 1-2-3 in their first hatch. We go to the bottom of the first. Portland nothing. Salt Lake coming up.
Hi, this is Gwen with PGE. How can I help you?
At Portland General Electric, we may be known for power lines.
Let me go over our time of use option with you.
The ones we maintain through rain, wind, ice, and snow.
It's not a problem at all. We can transfer your service from here or the web.
But there are other lines we're equally focused on.
Have you ever considered our online paperless billing?
Lines of communication.
Definitely. Our website is your best bet for that.
That's why you can call us weekdays for person-to-person advice.
Bueno, ¿hay algo más que le puedo ofrecer? interested?
Stop by our offices.
Yes, there are 2 financial assistance plans you may qualify for.
Or visit our website for a wealth of services any hour, any day.
Yes, all you have to do is log on to portlandgeneral.com and you can track your usage that way.
After all, in today's rapidly changing energy world...
Well, yes, compact fluorescents usually pay for themselves within 2 years.
Knowledge is just as powerful as, well, power.
Thanks. You have a good one, too.
PGE. We do this every day.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like the Donnas.
We don't put any song on the record that we don't like.
We really try hard to think of it as an album instead of a single and then some other filler songs. I know everyone tries to write a great album. Yeah, a lot of people say it, but do they stress out about it and cry?
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you have an interest in supporting clean wind or other renewable power choices, PGE has made it easy to sign up. Just jump on the internet and visit portlandgeneral.com. It's an easy way to make a powerful choice for today and tomorrow. Beavers came up empty in the top of the first. They have Mark Quinn in left, Jermaine Clark in center, Alex Fernandez in right, Tagbo Zaid at first, Bernie Castro at second, Khalil Green at short. And over third, Alex Pelaez. Back at the plate, Wiki Gonzalez. And on the mound, right-hander Brian Tolberg. 30 years old, born in Tampa, still lives in Bradenton, Florida. Into his windup and his first pitch of the evening, and Alfredo Amezaga takes a strike, 0-1. Alfredo 5 for 9 in the series with a double and 2 triples. And he's now the league leader in hitting, 352. He swings and slaps one over the head of Pelaez down the line. It's a fair ball. Drops on the lawn, rolls toward the corner. Over to get it is Quinn. Fires it in. A leadoff double for Amezaga. Maybe his name should be Amezaga. When the Anaheim Angels needed someone to call up, though, it wasn't Amezaga they called up. It was Sean Figgins. They like Amezaga more as a blossoming full-time middle infielder. They like Figgins more as a utility guy. So Figgins was called up yesterday for the 3rd time this year. Figgins has hit well in the big leagues, 317 in 41 at-bats. The Beavers, I know, are happy to see him go. Here's Riggs, who bunts it back toward the mound, picked up by Tolberg, one play to first in time, and they'll give Riggs a sacrifice. That is a runner at third.
Number 17.
With one down. Now, I'm not sure the wisdom of that. Riggs, a 285 hitter, second on the team with 48 runs batted in. They do get a runner over to third base with one down now. Here's Rob Quinlan, 319 with 4 home runs, 1 for 6 last night. Beavers will gladly take a sacrifice from Adam Riggs there. Tolberg from a stretch, and he works the right-hand hitting Quinlan with a curveball on the outside corner, 0-1. Brian Patrick Tolberg, acquired by the Padres in a March 1997 trade with Milwaukee. A couple of years ago, had a big year with San Diego. There's a drive, hammered to deep left field. No doubt about it. Way out of here. 2-run bomb for Rob Quinlan, and immediately 2-0 Salt Lake. Quinlan hit an inside the park home run here 2 nights ago. That's just his 5th home run this year. Last year when he was the PCL MVP here in Salt Lake, he hit 20 round trippers, and he got all of that one. Here's Trent Durrington. 2-0 Salt Lake, and some of the people are still filing in. Pitch taken high by Trent Durrington. Ball 1. So a double, a sacrifice, a home run. And the Stingers already have stung the Beavs. Curveball outside corner. 1-1 to Durrington. 313 with 3 home runs. Tolberg into his wind, works him on 1-1. Off speed, swung on, fly ball towards center. Right there is Jermaine Clark. He looks up into the bright blue sky, hauls it in. And there are 2 down. The Beavers are going to have to dig themselves out of a hole again. They were unable to do it each of the last 2 nights as they just dug themselves deeper and deeper. Here's the DH, Jeff Guile. Last night, 2 for 3 with a couple of walks. Did you happen to see the Sports Center highlights last night of Jeff's brother, Aaron Guile, making a great backhand diving catch in the gap at Kauffman Stadium? Pitch taken in there by Guile, 0-1. Jeff swings at a curveball, pulls it down the right field line toward the corner. Fair ball. He's around first, motoring for second. Fernandez guns it in. Head first dive by Guile. He's in there with a 2-bagger. Tolberg hung a curveball to Guile, and he pulls it into the right field corner. Runner at second, 2 down, 2 in on the Rob Quinlan home run. And that'll bring up right fielder Barry Wesson. Wesson's batting average at .277. He's hit 4 home runs. Barry made his big league debut last year for the Astros. 15 games with the Stros. He was 4 for 20. He swings at a curve and sends a fly ball towards center. Camped underneath it, Jermaine Clark. He makes the squeeze and the side retired. 2 doubles, a 2-run home run. We go to the top of the second. Salt Lake 2, Beavers nothing.
Baseball fans, as you watch the boys of summer take the field, be sure to take a Fletcher's Frank back to your seat. After all, nothing goes with baseball quite like a great hot dog. Get them while they're hot at PGE Park or in the meat department of your favorite store. While you're there, look for our premium deli hams, link sausage, and stack pack bacon, too. Go Beavers from your friends at Fletcher's Fine Foods.
Ever thought of visiting a charming city with a beautiful waterfront park, pedestrian-friendly downtown, millions of dining and entertainment options? Well, the Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront invites you to do just that. It's springtime in the Rose City. Why waste the airfare? Check into the Marriott's Riverview or Downtown View rooms, then plot your strategy for fun. Or just cozy up with some chilled bubbly and a pair of prawn cocktails. The Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront. Big city hotel excitement right here in your hometown.
Where will you find off-road running shoes to tackle even the toughest trails? G.I. Joe's. Joe's Shoe Department offers top-of-the-line trail shoes, like the New Balance 805 series. With maximum shock absorption for your heel and forefoot, they're great for on- or off-road running. And New Balance 805s have water-resistant uppers. This is the Northwest, after all. So before you hit the trail, better hit G.I. Joe's for a new pair of New Balance shoes.
Seize the weekend.
The Beavers are back home on Friday night, Independence Day, for the first of a 6-game homestand, 3 with Edmonton, 3 with Tacoma. That'll cap off on a week from Wednesday, when we'll have another Website Wednesday at PGE Park. Special ticket deals each Wednesday game available only on OregonLive.com. The deals are posted the preceding Monday at noon, so check OregonLive.com for Website Wednesday Portland Beaver ticket specials at PGE Park. 2-0 Salt Lake, and we're still really running the opening credits. Is Mark Quinn, who will start it off for the Beavs in the top of the second, and he takes a strike, 0-1. Steve Green, in his last start, gave up 12 hits in 9 runs in 2 2/3 innings. He worked a 1-2-3 first, including a strikeout. His breaking ball is high to Quinn, 1 ball, 1 strike. Alex Pelaez and then Alex Fernandez to follow. Sinker ball down and in to Quinn, 2-1. Mark Quinn, 4 years ago now, was the Pacific Coast League Rookie of the Year. He hit .360 for Kansas City's top farm club, the Omaha Royals. He takes one outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. Then the very next year was third in the American League Rookie of the Year voting to Kazuhiro Sasaki and Terrence Long. He had a great rookie year with the Royals. Swings at a sinker, doesn't get it, full count. 2000 for Kansas City. Quinn hit .294 with 20 home runs and 78 runs batted in. And they really expected big things from him, but the last couple of years, plagued with injuries, released by Kansas City, somewhat surprisingly in spring training. The 3-2 pitch to Quinn, and he swings and lines one down the left field line. Fair ball. That'll rattle around down in the corner. Adam Riggs over to get it. Quinn will lope into second and hold there with a leadoff two-bagger for the Beavs here in the top of the second.
Batting fifth was the third baseman, number 16, Alex Fernandez.
So Mark Quinn, of whom, if not superstar, star expectations were hung on. He has been released now 3 times in the last 3 months. Once by Kansas City, once by the Padres, once by Tampa Bay, and now signed again with San Diego, wants to prove he's healthy, and wants to get back to the bigs. Leads it off with a double. The pitch to Pelaez is taken low, ball 1. Portland 41-41. They're at 500 for the first time since all the way back when they were 3-3 on April the 8th. The pitch to Pelaez, and he takes a strike. Only time the Beavers were under 500. They lost the very first 2 games of the year at Sacramento, and they were 0-2. Pelaez takes a curveball outside. After evening their mark up at 2-2, they went to 2-3, and then evened it up at 3-3, and have been above 500 every day since until right now, when they have fallen back to 41-41, 500. Line drive slapped into right field. Base hit for Pelaez. Quinn held at third as Wesson fires it in. Short hop by Nieves to keep the ball from getting behind him. Nice job, because the pitcher, Steve Green, was not backing up home plate. Single for Pelaez. Runners at the corners for the Beavs here with nobody out in the top of the second, trailing 2-0. Alex Fernandez climbs in. 307 with 6 home runs. The hottest Beaver has hit in 6 straight. He's 11 for his last 21 with a couple of doubles, a couple of home runs. Raised his batting average 27 points. And not only that, but Fernandez has scored a run in 5 straight games. Green ready, works Fernandez with a fastball pulled foul on a hop over into the Salt Lake dugout. 0-1. Fernandez has scored a run or knocked home one in 8 straight. The longer the season goes along, the better hitter Alex Fernandez becomes. Quinn down the line at third. Pelaez leads at first. Big open hole on the right side. Quinlan holds the corner. Fernandez swings and fouls it back. Jumped a little bit on a changeup. And the count 0-2. Ricky Gonzalez on deck. Portland Beavers baseball presented by Portland General Electric. Remember, tomorrow afternoon, our airtime will be 12:30 Pacific. Final game of the 4-game series. At that time, the Beavers hope to be gunning for a split, but they need to win tonight after being blown out the last 2 nights. And they already trailed tonight 2-0. Who are in the top of the second. 2 nights ago, the Beavs left 11 men on base, including twice leaving the bases loaded. They've got an opportunity, first and third, nobody out, top of the second. 0-2 the count on Fernandez. Green deals. Alex takes in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Good pick out by Will Nieves. Briggs in left, playing Fernandez over near the line. Ramirez in center, playing him to pull. Big gap in left center. And the 1-2 pitch is reached for on a dunker, hit toward left center. It'll fall for a base hit. Quinn will score. Stopping at second is Pelaez on a loop single by Fernandez. Everything Alex touches of late with that bat comes up golden. Last night is 2 hits, a little looper like that one, and then a bad hop single. Picks up his 33rd run batted in. The Beavers have cut the Salt Lake lead in half, 2-1. But this is a little bit better. The last two nights, respectively, Portland didn't get on the board until they trailed 12-0 and 10-0. Fernandez is way out in front of a change. Great job to stick his bat out there and guide it into left center field. Elias at second, Fernandez at first, and here's Wiki. Green ready and deals to Wiki, and he swings and chops one on one hop to Amezaga, who goes to Durrington. Back to first base, double play. Wiki grounds into the 6-4-3 DP. Fernandez erased and down to third goes Pelaez. Rich Gomez comes up with a tying run at third and 2 down. Green can get out of the jam cheaply enough by retiring Gomez. The pitch to the go-go man, and he takes one in there at the knees, 0-1. A run in for the Beavs here in the top of the second. 2-1 Salt Lake. Beavers are 23-19 on the road this year. Green from a stretch, runner at third and 2 down, and Gomez takes a curve in the dirt. Another good block by Nieves. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Green has thrown 2 wild pitches this year in better than 71 innings. Pelaez down the line at third. Outfield plays the go-go man to pull the 1-1 pitch in the dirt again. Nice smothering stop by Nieves. Making more blocks back there than Patrick Waugh, and he was able to cover up the rebound. Two and 1 to Gomez. On deck, center fielder Jermaine Clark. 1 run, 3 hits for the Beavs. 2 runs, 3 hits for Salt Lake. And the 2-1 pitch, fouled back by the go-go man. 2-2. Edmonton at home tonight against Tacoma. Those two teams have split the opening pair of that 4-game series up there in Edmonton. The 2-2 to Gomez down in the way, ball 3. Beavers incredibly still a half game in front of Edmonton in first place in the North. In spite of losing 7 of 10, looked like Edmonton was going to move into first place last night, but Tacoma 4 late runs to win 4-3. Gomez takes strike 3 called on the outside corner, right at the belt, and down he goes. Second strikeout for Green. The Beavers, they had hits from the first 3 hitters in the inning, but then Wiki Gonzalez grounds into a double play, and Steve Green gets a strikeout, and so Portland can get only 1 run. We go to the bottom of the second. Salt Lake 2, Beavers 1.
Tune in to Advice Radio 1550 and help yourself. Dr. Joy Brown from 6 to 10.
Got something on your mind you want to talk about?
The Dolans at 10.
It's information you'll use every day.
Clark Howard at noon.
Spend less and avoid getting ripped off.
Dave Ramsey from 3 to 6.
Talk radio that changes lives.
And Bruce Williams at 6.
We could talk like that, too.
It's radio that helps you. Advice Radio. 1550 KKAD. Sound advice, no politics.
Team, you're a part of something really special here. Everyone is counting on us. So get out there and give 1%.
At U.S. Bank, we're all giving 1%. A 1% cash rebate, that is. Just sign up for free checking with Pays, and you could earn up to a 1% cash rebate when you use your U.S. Bank check card to make purchases. For more details, stop into any U.S. Bank branch. Call 1-800-720-BANK or visit usbank.com. Member FDIC.
Well, that's it. We're packed and ready to go.
It'll be nice to move back home.
First thing I'm going to do is buy me a hose.
A hose?
Yeah, going to clean and scrub the car inside and out. Going to polish her up and make it look just like new. And then I'm going to head to Les Schwab and get us a new set of tires and wheels. Oh, I can't wait to get back. Nobody takes care of you like those guys. Nobody.
If it takes a tire, Les Schwab's got it in stock. Les Schwab, we welcome and want your business.
Hey, here's a great way to come out to PGE Park. The whole family will enjoy it. It's the Carl's Jr. Family 4-pack. For just $34.99, you get 4 GA tickets to a selected game, 4 combo meals at a participating Carl's Jr. location, 4 premium items, 4 scorecards, and 2 bags of peanuts. It's available at the PGE Park box office or by calling 503-553-5555. When it comes to great charbroiled taste, the name of the game is Carl's Jr. 2-1 Salt Lake, bottom of the second, bottom third of the batting order for the Stingers. Keith Johnson, Will Nieves, Julio Ramirez. The first inning was a somewhat typical Brian Tolberg inning in one sense. Pitch in there to Keith Johnson, 0-1. I say somewhat typical because he threw a lot of strikes. In fact, he threw only 1 ball in the inning in facing 6 hitters. The 0-1 to Johnson, curveball waved at and missed, 0-2, way out in front of that bender. But the thing for Tolberg is sometimes he tends to get too much home plate. Throw the ball out over the middle, and I think that's what happened on the 2-run home run by Rob Quinlan. And the doubles by Amezaga and Guile. The 0-2 to Johnson, and he swings and chops one toward third. Backing up to get a hop as Pelaez throws it across in time. You saw the entire Tolberg repertoire there. Fastball, curve, and change. And he grounds out to third. Here's Will Nieves, the Salt Lake catcher, 254 with a couple of home runs, and his average very much on the rise, especially after last night's 4-for-5 performance. Tolberg into his wind, works Nieves with a changeup that's grounded hard off the front of the mound into center, base hit. And Nieves has now singled in his last 5 at-bats.
Is the center fielder, number 13, Julio Ramirez.
And that'll bring up center fielder Julio Ramirez. Just 2 for 9 in the series, but the 2 hits, a home run and a triple. Tacoma at Edmonton tonight, no report. By the way, did you hear that someone has signed a letter of intent to purchase the Tacoma Rainiers? Pitch bunted up along third, barehanded by Pelaez. Throws on the move, not in time. Bunt single for Ramirez, and Pelaez did everything humanly possible. But on the play, Nieves down to second. First and second, just 1 down.
Is the shortstop, number 1. Alfredo Amezaga.
Here's Alfredo Amezaga, the league's leader in hitting. 355. He doubled to left his first time up. Switch to batting left-handed against the right-handed Brian Tolberg. You know who has signed a letter of intent to purchase the Tacoma Rainiers? Former Portland Beavers owner Dave Hirsch. Curveball low to Amezaga, ball 1. Yep. It was now 25 years ago when Hirsch became the youngest owner in professional baseball when he purchased the Beavers for just over $250,000. That was in 1977 when Hirsch was just 22 years old. Pitch high to Amezaga, 2-0. And now it looks as if Hirsch is going to get back into the PCL. He has 60 days to finalize a deal with George Foster, the present owner of Tacoma, and also finalize things with the Pacific Coast League, who has to approve it. Fastball on the outside corner, 2-1. Hirsch is the owner of a company based out of Florida, Fun Entertainment LLC, and they say they want to buy 6 teams. Curveball taken low, 3-1 to Amezaga. On deck, left fielder Adam Riggs. 2-1 Salt Lake. First and second, 1 down for the Stingers here in the bottom of the second. Nieves leads from second. Ramirez from first. A look back by Tolberg, and the 3-1 to Amesiga. Fastball outside corner, and a generous corner by Mark Winters. 3-2. Mark Winters, our plate umpire. Frank Coughlin, the first base ump. Al White, the third base ump. White is an alternate. Brian Knight is not with this crew right now. I think he got a big league assignment as a fill-in. But 3-2 from Tolberg to Amesiga on the way. And there's a ground ball to the right side, picked up by Castro. One play to first is in time. And on the play, the runners move up 90 feet. Nieves was off on a pitch, though Ramirez at first base had held up. Wasn't hit hard enough to get two. It was odd of Riggs to sacrifice in the first inning for a couple of reasons. He sacrificed Alfredo Amesiga over to third base. And Amesiga came home on Rob Quinlan's home run. Odd because that's not the type of player Riggs is. Odd because he is second on the team and runs batted in. The pitch to Riggsy, and he takes a curve on the outside corner 0-1. Particularly odd because Salt Lake is not by any stretch of the imagination a little ball team. Former Angel manager Gene Mock would hate this club. It was just their third sacrifice bunt all season. The 0-1 to Riggs, and he takes inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dave Hirsch has been quite open. He has said that if he purchases the team and there's not a new deal from the city to build a new ballpark in Tacoma, he will move it. Their lease expires 2005. 1-1 pitch is taken on the inside corner. 1-2 to Riggs. Tolberg trying to pitch out of troubled water here in the bottom of the second. With 1 out, Nieves singled up the middle. Ramirez bunted for a base hit. He induced Alfredo Amesiga, the league's leading hitter, to ground out to second. And there are runners at second and third with 2 down. Beavers trail by a buck here in the bottom of the second. Riggs, a very good RBI guy at the plate. Tolberg's got him by the neck. 1-2. Brian deals. A fastball missed underneath his hands. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 years ago with Portland, Adam Riggs, .261 with 25 home runs. And he saw just his second stint in the big leagues. The pitch to Riggs, swung on, and a chopper toward the left side. Going to be a tough play. Picked up by Green. Throws on the move. In time to get him. Beat him by a half step. Good play by Khalil Green. And Salt Lake leads 2. We're through 2 complete here at Franklin Covey Field. Salt Lake City, Utah. Salt Lake 2, Beavs 1.
Hi, this is Gwen with PGE. How can I help you?
At Portland General Electric, we may be known for power lines.
Let me go over our time of use option with you.
The ones we maintain through rain, wind, ice, and snow.
It's not a problem at all. We can transfer your service from here or the web.
But there are other lines we're equally focused on.
Have you ever considered our online paperless billing?
Lines of communication.
Definitely. Our website is your best bet for that.
That's why you can call us weekdays for person-to-person advice.
Bueno, ¿hay algo más que le puedo ofrecer?
Stop by our offices.
Yes, there are 2 financial assistance plans you may qualify for.
Or visit our website for a wealth of services any hour, any day.
Yes, all you have to do is log on to PortlandGeneral.com and you can track your usage that way.
After all, in today's rapidly changing energy world...
Well, yes, compact fluorescents usually pay for themselves within 2 years.
Knowledge is just as powerful as, well, power.
Thanks. You have a good one, too.
PGE. We do this every day.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like Taproot.
If there's nothing else going right in the world, you got music.
People like us live for music and, read about it and listen to it and write it all the time.
And music will never, cheat on you or make you go to the grocery store when you don't want to either.
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Chainsaw Chili is the official chili of PGE Park. It's a hearty meal you can enjoy at the ballpark in Portland, or get some today in the deli section at leading grocers everywhere. Taste the great outdoors. Choose Chainsaw Chili. Portland Beavers baseball presented by Portland General Electric. Top of the third, 2-1 Salt Lake. 9-1-2 for the Beavs. Jermaine Clark, Bernie Castro, Khalil Green. Clark, a left-hand hitter, climbs in against the right-hander Green. Steve into his wind, and the pitch is taken in there, 0-1. Apparently, Green had some very creative parents. His full given name, Clark swings and punches one over the head of the shortstop of Meziga into left center, base hit. Big turn at first. Ramirez gets it back in. Leadoff single for Clark, leading off the third.
Now batting is the second baseman, number 3,
Steve Green's full given name, Steve Green. He's out of Quebec, and he was a 10th rounder in 1997 by the Angels from Fort Scott Community College in Kansas. Missed all of last year after missing most of 2001 with ulnar collateral ligament transplant surgery, the famed Tommy John surgery. Here's Castro, led off the ball game, grounding out to short. The pitch to Bernabel, fastball outside, ball 1. Khalil Green on deck. 2-1 Salt Lake, top of the third. Clark at first has swiped 14, been caught just 3 times. Nieves has thrown out about a quarter of the runners to go against him this year. Pickoff to first. Jermaine dives back in. Green, for a right-hander, has a good pickoff move. We're here at Franklin Covey Field, the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City. Just beneath the beautiful Wasatch Mountains. Pickoff to first. Clark dives back in and had the throw been to the second base side of the bag, they would have got him. But it was over toward the coach's box, and Quinlan had to reach back for the tag. Clark stumbled coming back, and he asked for time from first base ump Frank Coughlin and went out there to do a little groundskeeping work and get some more solid footing. He takes a pretty sizable lead. And the 1-0 pitch, and Castro takes outside 2-0. Castro, pretty good guy to put a play on with. And Clark can fly. Now, 2-0 isn't a typical hit and run count. Usually 2-1 is. On the other hand, Castro's not going to hit the ball out of the ballpark anyway. And you don't expect a pitch out here. Not going the 2-0 pitch, showing bunt is Bernie. He pulls it back and takes ball 3. 3-0. Castro probably won't swing 3-0, even if he does have the green light. He takes a strike, 3-1. Johnson at third, even with a bag, a little bit off the line. Middle infield double play depth. Castro, especially from the left side, would be very difficult to double up. 2-1 Salt Lake, top of the third. Pick off to first, and Clark back in. After this half inning, Justin Kutcher will be along from studio with a look at our Bud Light Major League scoreboard. White Sox, another dramatic win at home against the Cubs. Clark goes, 3-1 pitch, line drive, whack through the vacated hole on the right side, base hit. Clark motors to third, held there by the skip. And there are runners at first and third, nobody out. Identical situation to the second. Beavers had runners at first and third, nobody out. And later on, they had runners at first and second, nobody out, and a run already in. And they couldn't get anybody else home as Green rolled the double play ball off the bat of Wiki Gonzalez. He'd like the same thing here from Khalil Green. Well executed run and hit play with Clark going on the 3-1 pitch and Castro pulling it through the vacated hole on the right side. It was a high enough line drive. I think it would have gotten over Durrington's head anyway. Here's Green, struck out his first time up. Pickoff fake to third, a look at first, and Castro hops back to the bag. Pretty good idea by the Stingers, but Castro, who had taken a step towards second, was able to get back. Great wheels in the base paths, and Clark at third, Castro at first. Castro goes, curveball in there. Nieves throw, not in time. Solid throw by Nieves, right on the bag. But Castro just flat out runs too well. And like when Khalil Green stole a base earlier in the series. Second base comes off its moorings. And Rick Sweet wants to come out to take a look at things. And he's checking at the second base bag himself and saying something to base umpire Frank Coughlin. 0-1 the count to Khalil Green. Green just 1 for 10 in the series now. The hit was a double to right field last night. Clark at third, Castro at second. 2-1 Salt Lake. We're in the top of the third. The pitch from Green, and Khalil takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-2. If you're a slumping hitter, it can seem like you step into the batter's box with a count 0-2. Green backed out, collects his thoughts, taps his bat against each spike, now digs back in, touches his bat on the inside corner of home plate, looks out to Steve Green, who works Khalil on 0-2, fastball inside of his belt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Khalil from Key West, Florida. Hometown, I believe, of Boog Powell. Second and third, nobody out. Infield back all the way around with as many runs as they've been scoring off the Beavs and leading it 2-1 here in the top of the third. Salt Lake will happily give up a run to get an out. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Khalil. Steve Green deals and Khalil takes outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Talking about the White Sox and the Cubs. Well, when I get a chance, inning or so from now, I'll tell you one of my favorite all-time White Sox and Cubs stories. I don't think I've told it this year. The 2-2 pitch to Khalil. Curveball swung on a fly ball to deep left field. Riggs doesn't see it. Now he does. He turns, looks up. It's gone. 3-run blast for Khalil Green. And the Beavs are on top, 4-2.
Athletic is the first baseman, number 44, Tag Bose.
Steve Green tried to sneak a curveball in there on 2-2, and his namesake Khalil Green would have nothing to do with it. His 5th home run as a Beav, his 8th of the year, AA and AAA combined. Tag Bose takes a strike, 0-1. And Khalil, perhaps breaking out of his slump in a big way. Bose flied to center his first time up. Fastball on the outside corner, 0-2. And the Beavers lead 4-2, and that's their first lead of the series. Bose waits. Now Green backs off the pitching rubber. Tag takes ball 1. Bose swings at a curve and cues it out toward the second baseman, Trent Durrington, right off the end of the bat. Durrington throws him out. That's just the first out of the inning. I think that's what Green was trying to get Khalil to do. But he hung that breaking ball, and Khalil made him pay. Three-run home run for Khalil Green. Beavs lead 4-2. Here's Mark Quinn with 1 down, nobody on base. The pitch to Quinn, curveball way out in front of it. He comes up empty. 0-1. Quinn last night singled in his last at-bat. At the time, he was just 1 for his last 21. And his first at-bat this evening, he doubled. The 0-1 to Quinn. Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Quinn takes a fastball outside corner, 1-2. Will Nieves back at the plate, looks into the Salt Lake dugout. Boy, Nieves is in a tough spot. He wanted to stay with the Padres organization, but after last year, they took him off their 40-man roster. He was claimed on waivers by Anaheim. Ground ball to the left side, through the hole, left field, base hit for Quinn. 2 for 2 tonight. Beavers need his bat to start going. And he's got 3 hits his last 3 ABs going back to last night. There's Alex Pelaez, single to right his first time up. Remember, Green gave up 12 hits and 9 runs in his last outing. For the year, 6-3, 4.71. Green to Pelaez, and Alex, first ball swinging, sends one towards center field. Relatively deep, playable though for Julio Ramirez. He makes the catch two-handed, and Quinn back to first. That'll bring up right fielder Alex Fernandez. He looped a single to left center his first time up. Here in the inning, Clark singled to left center. Bernie Castro, run and hit, line drive single to right to put runners at the corners, and then Castro stole second, his 27th steal of the year. Then Khalil Green hit a 3-run home run onto the grassy hillside beyond left field. 1 out later, Quinn singled through the hole on the left side. With 2 outs now, Alex Fernandez climbs in. They hold the corner on Quinn, leaving that big open hole on the right side for Fernandez to work with, and he swings. He sends a fly ball toward left. Long run for Riggs and Ramirez. They converge. Riggs going back, and did he get it? Yes, he did. Long running catch by Adam Riggs. And the side retired. Beavers leave a runner, but they get 3 on the 3-run home run by Khalil Green. We go to the bottom of the third, 4-2 Beavs. And now back to Beaver headquarters and Justin Kutcher.
All right, thanks a lot, Rich. Checking our Bud Light Major League scoreboard. Interleague play this weekend. Cincinnati scored 2 runs with 2 outs in the 9th to stun Cleveland 5-4 and complete their 20th last at-bat victory of the season. The Yankees won Game 1 of a day-night home-and-home doubleheader versus the Mets 7-1. Roger Clemens got the win, number 301. Hideki Matsui hit a grand slam and drove in 5 runs for the Yankees. Game 2, the Yanks lead 8-0 in the 5th. Alfonso Soriano, Derek Jeter led off the game with back-to-back home runs off of Tom Glavine, and the Yankees proceeded to score 5 runs in the 5th, and that's where the game is right now. For the second straight day, the Cubs were left on the field as the White Sox scored another bottom of the 9th inning run to shock the Cubbies 7-6. They've now taken both games of this weekend series in Comiskey. Montreal beat Toronto 4-2 despite Carlos Delgado's Major League leading 26th home run. Atlanta lost to Tampa Bay 9-7. Philadelphia is up 9-6 over Baltimore. That game's in the 9th. Also in the 9th, Florida trails Boston 9-7. The Red Sox scored 7 runs in the 6th, one night after scoring 14 in the first inning. Arizona at Detroit. Arizona's up 3-0 in the 5th. That game had over an hour-and-a-half rain delay in Detroit. St. Louis leads Kansas City 11-9 in the 7th inning. Jim Edmonds and Scott Rowland both have gone deep for the Cardinals. Minnesota's on top of Milwaukee 5-2 in the 8th. Houston blanked Texas 2-0. San Francisco defeated Oakland 8-7 in 10 innings after trailing 6-0 to Barry Zito and the A's. Barry Bonds hit his 22nd homer of the season. LA at Anaheim, Ishii versus Apier, 7:05 first pitch. San Diego at Seattle, Peavy versus Franklin, also 7:05 first pitch. One National League game on the scoreboard today. Colorado up 5-4 over Pittsburgh. That game's in the 9th. And Andre Agassi, he survived a scare at Wimbledon today, coming back and defeating Jonas El Anoa'i 5-7, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6 to reach the 4th round. Agassi is trying to become the oldest champion at the All England Club in the Open era at the age of 33. Now back out to the ballpark to Rich Burke.
Okay, thanks a lot, Kutch. We're going to the bottom half of the 3rd inning now, and the Beavs are leading 4-2 on the strength of a Khalil Green 3-run home run. Portland Beavers baseball presented by PGE, in the first pitch to Rob Quinlan. Curveball in there, 0-1. Quinlan hit a 2-run home run, just about the same spot that Green hit his. Quinlan's a 2-run shot of the first. Curveball in there, 0-2 to Quinlan. Trent Durrington and Jeff Guile to follow. 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order against Brian Tolberg, looking for his 2nd consecutive win. Foley winds, and the 0-2 pitch is chopped back off the glove of Tolberg. It'll be into center, base hit. Tolberg, pretty good fielding pitcher, but he couldn't spear that one. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Trent Durrington. 6th hit for Salt Lake. They left runners at second and third in the second. And they left 3 through the first 2 innings, all 3 in scoring position. Salt Lake, a much older team than the Beavs. So you look at this lineup they have out there today. And it includes 5 25-year-olds, and those are the youngest players on the field for Salt Lake. Durrington, who's 27, takes inside ball 1. The veterans are Adam Riggs, who's 30, and Keith Johnson, who's 31. Meanwhile, the oldest Beaver, Ricky Gonzalez, 29. Mark Quinn, 29. The 1-0 pitch, curveball, hammered down the left field line. Hooks toward the foul pole. Gone. 2-run home run for Trent Durrington, and just like that, we're even at 4. For Trent Durrington, his 4th home run, second one Tolberg's given up in the ball game, and his 5th in now 38 innings for the Beavs this year. 2-run shot. We're tied at 4. Brand new ball game. Bottom of the 3rd, nobody out. And Jeff Guile climbs in. The DH double to right. His first time up. Fastball outside corner, 0-1. Tolberg stands with his feet shoulder width apart on the pitching rubber, turns and deals a fastball inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Guile. Guiel. Jeff, the brother of the Royals' Aaron Guile. Fly ball towards center. Almost in his tracks is Jermaine Clark. Now he drifts a couple of steps to his right, hauls it in, and there's 1 away. That'll bring up the right fielder, Barry Wesson. He flied out to Clark his first time up.
Let's hear it for Barry Wesson.
86-degree high temperature today here in Salt Lake City. Tomorrow for our day game, they say it's going to be 93. The pitch to Wesson, and he takes a curve in there. Keith Johnson on deck, and then Will Nieves. The 0-1 pitch is swung on, and the fly ball down the right field line. Long run for Castro and Fernandez. Alex still digging across the line. Hauls it in foul territory. Nice running catch for Alex Fernandez, and there are 2 down. That'll bring up Keith Johnson, the third baseman. Grounded at the third, his first time up. Franklin Covey Field here in Salt Lake City. 4-4 tie. We're in the bottom of the third. Good Saturday night crowd out here, though not the crowds that they used to get here. They used to routinely pack this place, 10,000 plus. There are a lot of empty seats in the second level here, though the lower level is quite full. And a lot of people enjoying the hillside out there in the outfield. Curveball in there to Johnson, 0-1. Tolberg winds and fires on 0-1. Johnson swings. He sends a fly ball to deep left field. Back goes Quinn. Way back. Gone. Solo shot for Keith Johnson. 5-4 Salt Lake. The 8th hit for Salt Lake. 3 home runs and 2 doubles. Second home run of the inning. And Salt Lake, after falling behind 4-2, now leads 5-4. And here's Will Nieves, who singled up the middle his first time up. 5 hits his last 5 at-bats. The pitch from Tolberg, and Nieves takes a strike. Talk about Nieves being in a tough spot here with the Anaheim organization. Benji and Jose Molina pretty much have a stranglehold on the catcher spot for the Angels. Benji and Jose brothers, Benji the starter, Jose his backup up at the big league level. Pitch to Nieves was low, ball one. Swings at a change and pulls it foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I think the only other time brothers vied for the same position in the big leagues, Portland's own George and Gene Freese with the Pittsburgh Pirates, trying to play third base in the mid-1950s. Curveball in the dirt. 2-2 to Nieves with Julio Ramirez on deck. Nieves very much wanted to stay with the Padres, and had he would probably be in the big leagues right now. But they took him off the 40-man roster, and he was claimed on waivers by Anaheim. Tolberg into his wind. A 2-2 pitch to Nieves. Fastball got him looking inside corner. First strikeout for Tolberg. But Bryant is knocked around here in the third inning for 3 hits and 2 home runs. A 2-run shot by Trent Durrington just inside the left field foul pole, and a solo home run by Keith Johnson. We go to the fourth. 5-4 Salt Lake.
Pepsi presents Shakira.
I'm gonna live all my Mondays like the sunniest Sundays. I'm gonna go through life every moment thinking of you always. I'll be there to beat your fears in over 365 days a year. So this is what I say. Knock on my door. You know I'll be in town. Come ask for more. Don't let me down. What is up? What is on? What is left? What is gone? I'm gonna give it up for you, baby. You can't consider it done.
Okay, I think Jimmy's arm is getting tired. Call the bullpen. Let's bring in Schmitty.
Thanks for calling the bullpen. Dial 1 if you need a righty. Dial 2 if you need a lefty.
What, are you kidding me?
Ooh, that's not good. Let's try that again using a Nextel with the walkie-talkie feature.
Okay, let's bring in Schmitty.
Looks like they're bringing in a lefty.
That's more like it. Nextel. Life's better when you get right through. Call 1-800-NEXTEL9 or shop at Nextel.com.
Hey, this is Dennis Tankersley, and you're listening to Beavers Baseball on 1550 KKAD.
Well, here's something you'll want to know. When it comes to accidental contact with power lines, the #1 cause in Oregon involves tree trimming and falling. That's why PGE urges you to always call before the chips start to fly if you have the slightest worry or concern. For more safety tips, visit PortlandGeneral.com. Top of the fourth inning, 5-4 Salt Lake. Ricky Gonzalez will start it off with the Beavs, grounded into a 6-4-3 double play, his first time up. Steve Green works him with a fastball on the outside corner, 0-1. Wiki takes the next one, off speed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rich Gomez on deck, and then Jermaine Clark to follow. The 1-1 pitch. Wiki has to do the limbo to back out of the way one at his chin. And the count 2-1. Salt Lake 2 in the first. The Beavers 1 in the second. Each team 3 runs in the third. Brian Tolberg given a 2-run lead to work with and couldn't hang on to it. Wiki swings, sends a dunker to shallow center. Ramirez on the run, slides and makes the catch. Slid feet first like he was going into a base and hauled it in.
Now batting is the designated hitter, number 34, Rich Gomez.
Here's Rich Gomez, the DH, struck out looking on a fastball on the outside corner, his first time up. Rich Burke here at Franklin Covey Field in Salt Lake City. Beavers looking for their first win against Salt Lake this year in 7 tries. Gomez takes outside, ball 1. Salt Lake comes into the game 3 games under 500, 39-42, but they look like world champs against the Beavs. Fastball outside, 2-0. Jermaine Clark on deck. 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Portland. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Salt Lake. Green heaves aside, wearing his red home jersey with Salt Lake stitched across the front. Works Gomez with a fastball on the outside corner, 2-1. 2-1 pitch, and it's taken on the outside corner, 2-2. 2 years ago, Green was 6-2 in 10 starts here with Salt Lake. And it was the very first day of June of 2001 when he started against Portland in this ballpark. 2-2 pitch, outside, ball 3. Didn't miss by much. Looked pretty close to the same pitch that Gomez had taken for strike 3 in the second. Green froze him again, but plate umpire Mark Winters said this was outside. 3-2 with 1 out, nobody on base. Green nods yes, and now backs off the hill as Gomez backs out. June 1st, 2001, the very first inning, the very first pitch Green threw. He fell to the ground in agony. Gomez grounds one toward the hole, plugged up by Johnson. It is a 360, throws across, pulls Quinlan off the bag. It'll be a base hit for Gomez. He probably would have beaten the throw anyway on the hopper to the hole. 1 out base runner for the Beavs. Gomez has stolen 5 for Portland and 8 at Double-A, and he has yet to be caught all year. And it will be a base hit. Green fell to the ground in agony. He'd blown out his elbow. Very first pitch he threw here, a little more than 2 years ago against the Beavs. Pickoff throw to first, and Gomez dives back in. This is Green's 6th year, but in his first 5 years, he only pitched for 3.5 because of the injury to his elbow. For the pickoff, this time go back in a little easier. Tying run at first, top of the 4th. 5-4 Salt Lake, 1 down for the Beavs. Jermaine Clark, who singled to left his first time up, climbs in. Pitch to Clarkie, and he gets jammed and fouls it back. 0-1. Each team with 8 hits now. Salt Lake with 3 home runs. 2 runs shot by Rob Quinlan. 2 runs shot by Trent Durrington. And a solo home run by Keith Johnson. Pick out to first, and back to the bag goes Gomez. Portland's home run, a 3-run home run by Khalil Green. All 5 of Salt Lake's runs have come on the round tripper, as well as 3 of the 4 Beaver runs. Clark digs in, and the pitch from Green, and Jermaine takes a strike on the outside corner, and he's behind 0-2. Bernie Castro on deck. 1 out, 1 on. Gomez dusts himself off a little bit at first base, takes his lead. Held on by Quinlan. And the 0-2 pitch, Clark takes inside. Pickoff throw by Nieves, back of Gomez, and he's back in standing. So Wilbur trying to pick off his buddy and former teammate, Rich Gomez. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jermaine Clark. Just speculation, but don't be surprised to see Jermaine Clark in some major league uniform along about 30 days from now or so. Pitch to Jermaine. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. He didn't like it. He thought it was outside. And personally, I agree. 3rd strikeout for Steve Green. 2 outs. Gomez still at first, and that'll bring up Bernie Castro. And I'd love to see Gomez try to steal second, where Castro could perhaps drive him in. And if he got thrown out, then you'd have the speedy Castro leading off the 5th. Jermaine Clark, a valuable guy who can play a lot of positions and has really hit well of late. Castro fouls one off to the left, 0-1. And if the Padres don't recall him to San Diego, then you could see Clark picked up by another organization. Gomez leads at first. Pickoff throw over there. Rich dives back in. 0-1 to count on Castro. Wouldn't be surprised to see a pitch out here. Gomez leads. Green shakes off Nieves, now nods yes. Gomez goes, fastball high, Nieves throw to the first base side of the bag, and Gogo has it stolen. You see, if they'd pitched out, actually the pitch was a pretty good one for Nieves to handle. He was setting up over the inside corner, and the pitch was high and outside the strike zone, and almost like a pitch out, and Nieves made a fairly solid throw again, but Gomez stole it. But again, second base came dislodged, and the grounds crew will come out and bring another base and replace this one. One ball and one strike to Bernie Castro. 2 outs, runner at second base. We're in the top of the 4th inning. It's 5-4 Salt Lake. This is a situation where Castro, many times this year, has tried to bunt for a base hit. Runner at second and 2 down. Now, I don't have a problem with that, say, in the late innings when base runners are more important than runs. Say it was the 9th inning and the Beavers trail by 3. Well, sure, Castro can bunt for a base hit because him being a base runner is more important than him driving home the run. But in spots like this, him driving home the run is most important. And even if he's successful bunting for a base hit, well, then it takes another hit to get the runner at second home. So Gomez leads at second base with 2 down. Castro back in. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Brand new second base bag out there. Green ready. No look back in the 1-1 pitch, and Castro swings and slaps one over the leaping Amezaga into left center, base hit. Here comes the go-go man with a tying run. He will score on a base hit by Castro. We are even at 5. Good job by Bernie. Little blue pid over Alfredo Amezaga to drive home Gomez. And that'll bring up Khalil Green. Struck out and hit the big 3-run home run on what I believe was a hanging curveball. 5-5 tie, top of the 4th. Castro, we bet he's thinking about going. Held on by Quinlan. Pickoff over there. Bernie scampers back to the bag. 2 outs. Castro at first base. Khalil Green at the plate. Steve Green ready. Check at first base. And the pitch to Khalil. Fastball in there at the knees. 0-1. Briggs in left. Ramirez in center. Wesson in right. Basically straight away on Green. Medium depth. Quinlan at first holds a corner on Castro. Middle infield of Durrington and Amezaga at second and short respectively. Over at third, Keith Johnson very deep on Khalil. Nieves back at the plate. The 0-1 pitch misses away. One ball and 1 strike to Green. Castro leads at first. Bernie not going on a pitch out. Well, they guessed incorrectly there. 2 balls and 1 strike. But now's a great time for Bernabel to go right after the pitch out. They wouldn't dare do it twice in a row. Would they? Bernie leads. I think Green will probably throw over here. Nope. He deals. Castro not going. It's fouled back by Khalil. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Five tie. A run home for the Beavs here in the top of the 4th. Portland trailed 2-0 and then 2-1. Green hit a 3-run home run in the last inning to put Portland on top 4-2. But then 2 home runs by Salt Lake in the bottom of the 3rd, and they regained the lead 5-4. It was with a run here in the 4th. Castro goes. Fastball outside. Nieves throw. Not in time. Skips away from Durrington. Castro steals his second base of the night. 28th of the year. Full count to Khalil Green. Steve Green made his major league debut over 2 years ago now, April 7th, 2001. The only game he's ever pitched in the big leagues. No decision, a 4-2 loss at Oakland, though he pitched well, just 2 runs in 6 innings. Green works Khalil Green with a pitch outside, gets away from Nieves all the way back to the screen. Bernie Castro, big turn coming around third. He'll hold there.
First baseman, number 44, Ty Bose.
Wild pitch from Steve Green to allow Castro to go down to third. On ball 4 to Khalil Green. Here's Tag Bozade. In the opener of the series, Bozade was 1 for 3 with an RBI double. Just 1 for 9 in the series. Castro at third, Green at first. Here's Tag. 5-5 tie, top of the 4th. Green ready and deals. Bozade swings and lines one towards shallow center. Ramirez coming on, still coming. Reaches down, short hops it, and a run is home. That ball died a lot quicker than I thought it was going to, and I think Julio Ramirez would agree. Didn't really take a step back, just hesitated, and then came in. And he had earlier made a great sliding catch off a ball hit by Wiki Gonzalez. But here he can't make the sliding catch. And Bozade has himself a loop single and a run batted in. 6-5 Portland. On the play, Khalil stops at second. Green at second, Bozade at first. Mark Quinn climbs in. When he started to feel it. 3 hits his last 3 at-bats. First and second, 2 down. The pitch on the way from Green, and it's taken outside. Pitching coach Rich Bombard had made a quick visit to the hill to talk things over with Green and Nieves. And he starts off Quinn with ball 1. Pitch on the way, and Quinn swings and grounds one towards second. Durrington goes the short way to Amezaga, and that's that. But the Beavers get 2 back. They leave 2. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 6-5 Portland.
Hi, this is Gwen with PGE. How can I help you?
At Portland General Electric, we may be known for power lines.
Let me go over our time of use option with you.
The ones we maintain through rain, wind, ice, and snow.
It's not a problem at all. We can transfer your service from here or the web.
But there are other lines we're equally focused on.
Have you ever considered our online paperless billing?
Lines of communication.
Definitely. Our website is your best bet for that.
That's why you can call us weekdays for person-to-person advice.
Bueno, ¿hay algo más que le puedo ofrecer?
Stop by our offices.
Yes, there are 2 financial assistance plans you may qualify for.
Or visit our website for a wealth of services any hour, any day.
Yes, all you have to do is log on to PortlandGeneral.com and you can track your usage that way.
After all, in today's rapidly changing energy world...
Well, yes, compact fluorescents usually pay for themselves within 2 years.
Knowledge is just as powerful as, well, power.
Thanks. You have a good one, too.
PGE. We do this every day.
Dameril Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at Dameril Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call Dameril Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-DAMERO.
Beavers have regained the lead again. They lead Salt Lake 6-5 going to the bottom half of the 4th inning. And for Salt Lake here in the 4th, it'll be 9-1-2. Julio Ramirez, Alfredo Amezaga, and Adam Riggs against Brian Tolberg, who's given up 8 hits, including 5 for extra bases, 3 home runs. They're in the top of the 3rd inning in Edmonton, tied at 2, Tacoma. And the Edmonton Trappers, Edmonton a half game back of the Beavs in the north. Julio Ramirez will lead it off. former member of the Chicago White Sox. Played in the big leagues with the Sox a couple of years ago. The Sox, a dramatic win again today at home over the Cubs. D'Angelo Jimenez, game-winning single in the bottom of the ninth. Remember yesterday, Jose Valentin hit a walk-off home run off Antonio Alfonseca. And the White Sox had taken a 2 of 3 from the Cubs last weekend at Wrigley Field. Tolberg works Ramirez with a fastball, and it was high and tight. Ramirez started the swing, tried to hold up, went around on one high and tight, 0-1. Was talking earlier with the broadcaster for the Salt Lake Stingers, outstanding play-by-play announcer Steve Klauke, who grew up in Chicago on the north side. Curveball outside, ball 1. 1-1. And he grew up on the north side, traveling all the way across town to go to Comiskey Park. He was a big White Sox fan, and he hated the Cubs. The 1-1 from Tolberg to Ramirez, change up, waved at and missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Julio bunted for a base hit his first time up. 6-5 Portland. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. The 1-2 pitch on the way is taken low, 2-2. And I told you I was going to tell you my favorite Cubs and White Sox story. And Klauke apparently is a little rare. The 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and fouled off. Still 2-2 to Julio Ramirez. If you're an Oregonian and a sports fan, then I'm sure you know Mike Parker, the play-by-play announcer for the Oregon State Beavers. 2-2 pitch is pulled towards short. 3 hops to Khalil, who throws out Ramirez, and there's 1 away here in the Salt Lake 4th. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Alfredo Amezaga, doubled and grounded to second. Well, it was, let's see now, about 10 or 11 years ago. It was right after the new Comiskey Park opened. Let's see, what was that? 1991, I believe. Yeah, they were just behind the curve. They opened that up just before they started the retro ballparks, beginning with Camden Yards. Curveball is taken up and away. Ball 1 to Alfredo Amezaga. 6-5 Portland. We're in the bottom of the 4th. And Mike was making his very first trip to Chicago, and he was going to see both ballparks there. First Wrigley Field and then the new Comiskey. Fastball outside to Amezaga, 2-0. Then on the first day, he went to Wrigley Field, and he wanted the full Wrigley experience, so he went to sit down in the bleachers. Fastball outside, 3-0 to Amezaga. Tolberg hadn't walked anybody. He struck out 1. Winds and works Amezaga on 3-0 with 1 high, ball 4. Rare walk allowed by Tolberg, just his 7th this year in 37 innings. And a 4-pitch walk to the leadoff man, Alfredo Amezaga, who's stolen 12 bases. And that brings up Adam Riggs, sacrificed and grounded to short. So Mike goes and sits down in the bleachers, and he plops down next to a rather grizzled-looking Cubs fan, wearing a tattered Cubs jacket and an old-style cap. And this guy loved to talk, and he sat there for several innings just regaling Mike with stories of the Cubs dating all the way back to the 1920s. Guy had been going to Wrigley Field that long. Riggs takes a strike, 0-1. He told Mike stories about Ferguson Jenkins, Ernie Banks, Hack Wilson. Tolberg ready. He has a look at first at Amezaga and the 0-1 pitch. Instead of pickoff throw over there, Alfredo gets back in the bag standing up. 6-5 Beavs. We're in the bottom of the 4th. And so Mike just making conversation. He says to the old guy, well, what do you think of the new Comiskey Park? The guy looks at him and kind of winces and says, well, I don't know. I've never been there. Another pickoff to first. This time Amezaga has to dive back in. And so Mike says to him, well, what did you think of the old Comiskey? Do you miss it? And the guy looks at Mike and says, I don't know. I never went there either. Check at first base. Another pickoff throw over there, and Amezaga kind of falls back to the bag. Can you believe that? He'd been going to Wrigley Field since the 1920s and had never once made it over to Comiskey Park. That's pretty much the way it is in Chicago. You're either a fan of one team or the other. But that's taking it to the extreme. The 0-1 to Riggs. Change up, foul back. No balls and 2 strikes. Klauke, the broadcaster for Salt Lake, was telling me that he went to the final game at the old Comiskey Park and the first game at the new Comiskey, and he sat in the upper deck in about the 5th row. Tolberg checks a Meziga, who fakes, and the 0-2 fastball got him looking. Down goes Riggs. 2 down for the first baseman, Rob Quinlan. So he walks a Meziga on 4 pitches and strikes out Riggs on 3. Is Quinlan 2-run home run and is single to set the table for Trent Durrington's 2-run home run, who Tolberg has yet to get him. Apparently the upper deck at the new Comiskey Park, now known just this year as U.S. Cellular Field, is so steep that some fans sitting up there get vertigo. You feel like they're going to topple out. Quinlan takes outside, ball 1. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Beavs. 5 runs, 8 hits for the Stingers. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Portland looking to get their first win against Salt Lake this year after dropping the first 6. Meziga leads at first, held on by Bozade. Tolberg checks him. Pickoff throw over there. Alfredo scampers back to the bag on his stomach. It's about the 5th time that Tolberg is thrown over there. Jim Eppard, the hitting instructor, helping Meziga keep an eye on Tolberg, who comes set. And the pitch to Quinlan, fastball in there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mike Brumley, the Salt Lake skipper, dealing the sides out of the third base coaching box. Just a couple of patches of sunlight on the playing field right now, from where the sun is shining between the roof here at Franklin Covey Field and the stands. The check of first. 1-1 pitch to Quinlan, swung on, and a 1-hopper caught at second by Bernie Castro. He throws Quinlan out, and the side retired. Castro, it appears, continues to favor that right shoulder. Just kind of a little lob over there to first base, and he did have the time. A walk and nothing else. They leave Meziga at first. We are through 4 complete here at Franklin Covey Field in Salt Lake City. Beavs 6, Salt Lake 5.
Vacation bound or staying in town. Summer fun starts at the Les Schwab side. The sign that says, "We've got your tires." And to stretch those summer vacation dollars, we've put 2 of our most popular passenger all-season radios on sale. Spectrum and Proxys TPT. For pickups and SUVs, Wildcat all-season and SXT all-terrain. They're on sale, too. If you need a new battery, good timing. Les Schwab's popular 60-month is on sale. Les Schwab, we want your business.
Ever thought of visiting a charming city with a beautiful waterfront park, pedestrian-friendly downtown, millions of dining and entertainment options? Well, the Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront invites you to do just that. It's springtime in the Rose City. Why waste the airfare? Check into the Marriott's Riverview or Downtown View rooms, then plot your strategy for fun. Or just cozy up with some chilled bubbly and a pair of prawn cocktails. The Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront. Big city hotel excitement right here in your hometown.
Hey, you gotta be here to grab the gear. Better get ready to go. G.I. Joe, your sports and auto store.
Need a battery that'll last? G.I. Joe's can help. Because Joe's carries a wide range of reliable Duracell batteries, America's best-selling battery. You can depend on the copper top for long-lasting power, just like you can depend on Joe's to have all the sports and auto gear you need to seize the weekend.
G.I. Joe, your sports and auto store. Seize the weekend.
Rich Burke here at Franklin Covey Field, Salt Lake City, Utah. Justin Kutcher back in studio. Bill Schonley, of course, can be heard on all Beaver home games, and Schons will rejoin us when the club comes back home Independence Day. That's Friday night, 6 o'clock start against Edmonton. Make your plans to be at the ballpark. Baseball, fireworks, July 4th. It all goes together. Beavers in Edmonton. Independence Day at PGE Park. Fireworks spectacular presented by Budweiser. It'll be the first game of the 6-game homestand, 3 with Edmonton and 3 with Tacoma. Edmonton and Tacoma tied at 2, top of the 3rd inning, last report up in Edmonton. 6-5 Beavers. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Alex Pelaez starts it off for Portland against right-hander Steve Green. Then Pelaez, first ball swinging, drives one toward dead center field. Ramirez going back, hauls it in about 5 feet this side of the warning track. Second time Pelaez is flied out to center. That is no man's land out there for 2 reasons. It's very deep. Difficult to hit one out here to straightaway center. And because Julio Ramirez can really run. Here's Alex Fernandez. He flied out to left center field on a long running catch by Julio Ramirez in the 4th. And in fact, the 3rd inning. And then back in the 2nd, he'd looped a base hit. Pitch to Alex is taken outside, ball 1. Fernandez is now hit in 7 straight games. Green winds and deals on 1-0. Fastball away. Steve taking plenty of time out there. 2-0 pitch to Fernandez is taken high and away, ball 3. Now, we're not quite halfway through this game, and we're on just about a 3-hour and 10-minute pace. Last night's game took 3:25, the night before 2:53. Fernandez swings and pulls one into right, base hit. So on 3-0, found one he liked and lines it into right field. And that'll bring up the catcher, Wiki Gonzalez. Grounded into a double play, robbed of a base hit and a sliding catch by Julio Ramirez. Wiki's 0 for 2. Biggest reason why these games are going a little bit longer than most of the Beaver games this year, they ain't nobody going out in order. We have had 42 half innings in 2.5 games, and teams have only gone out in order 7 times. Pitch inside to Wiki, ball 1. Beavs went in order in the top of the 1st tonight. That's the only time tonight either team has been retired 1, 2, 3. Green to Gonzalez, and Wiki takes a strike at the belt. 1-1. Green, 6'2", 290 pounds. Pick off the 1st, and back to the bag goes Fernandez. Stolen 6, been caught 5 times, including once last night by Wilnie Evis. Held on by Quinlan. Green is set. He has a look at first. Pickoff throw over there again, and again Fernandez back in standing. Green wearing a necklace, gold chain, and it's glinting in the fading sunlight here. And I'm surprised the Beavs don't say something about it. Change up, pull down the left field line, deep toward the corner. It's at the foul pole. It's gone. 2-run home run for Wiki, his second. Beavs lead 8-5. That ball got out of here in a hurry. Line drive home run, 20 feet inside the left field foul pole. 2-run shot for Wiki. That's the Beavs' second home run, the 5th we've seen in this game, as Salt Lake has hit 3, and Portland has their biggest lead, 8-5. Here is the go-go man. Bridges struck out and had himself an infield single. Fastball on the outside corner, 0-1 to Gomez. Green coming in 71 innings. It allowed just 4 home runs. The 0-1 to Rich. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Right-hander Elio Serrano is working out in the Salt Lake pen. Fastball in there to Gomez. 1-2. With one out, Fernandez singled to right on the 3-0 pitch. And then Wiki Gonzalez pulls a line shot laser beam home run inside the left field foul pole. Chopper back by the mound. Going to be a tough play. Charged by Amezaga. Picks it up. Throws on the run late. Base hit for Gomez. Had an infield single to third base in the fourth. And now a chop single towards short here in the fifth. Tomorrow afternoon, remember, airtime 12:30, first pitch 1 o'clock. Carlton Lower will go for the Beavs. Jermaine Clark steps in and bunts it foul outside third, 0-1. Right-hander Chris Bukchek will go for Salt Lake. Beavers lead 8-5. They've pounded out 13 hits in the first 4 1/3 innings. Pick off the first, and Gomez dives back in. Rich Stoll second in the last inning. And that was key as the Beavs picked up 2 runs. Green is set. Pitch on the way to Jermaine, and he swings and doesn't get it. No balls and 2 strikes. Clark walks a good portion of the way back toward the Beaver dugout, adjusting his batting gloves, thinking about things. Now we'll step back in. He singled and struck out tonight. Green got him looking on a fastball on the outside corner, and Clark didn't like the call by plate umpire Mark Winters. That was in the third. Pitch on the way to Jermaine. Fastball outside. Tried to do the same thing, but that was too far outside to get the call from Winters. In fact, Clark struck out in the fourth after having singled as part of that 3-run third inning to help set the table for Khalil Green's home run. 8-5 Beavs. We're in the top of the fifth. Gomez goes. Fastball inside. The throw from Nieves. Not in time. Second steal of the night for Gomez. Bernie Castro also has 2 against Nieves. At one point this year, Wilbert had thrown out about 40% of the runners to go against him, but he's really slumping in that regard here. And in the previous couple of series for Salt Lake. So duck on the pond for Clark, and a 2-2 pitch is fouled off to the left. Cut fastball ran in on his hands. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gomez now 7 for 7 in steals as a Beav, and for the year, AA and AAA combined, 15 stolen bases without being caught. A look back in the 2-2 pitch, outside ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Gomez leads at second, and the payoff pitch swung on. Fly ball hit towards shallow center. Ramirez comes on. He'll play it on a hop. Base hit. Going to third base is Gomez. The throw goes to third, and digging for second is Jermaine Clark. He'll be in there on the throw. Gomez had to hold up to see if the ball was going to be caught, and then he went over to third, and Ramirez, in an ill-advised play, tried to throw to third base. There was no way he was going to get Gomez. And on the throw, Clark went down to second. Here comes Mike Brumley. I think that's going to be it for Steve Green. 14th hit for Portland. Green had given up 12 hits in 2 2/3 in his last start. And he's given up 14 hits in 4 1/3 in this one. Brumley takes the ball from him. We'll have a Pepsi call to the bullpen as Elio Serrano comes on. 2 runs in for the Beavs on the home run by Wiki Gonzalez. His second of the year, Portland's second of the game. Well, the Beavs have runners at second and third with 1 down. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Pepsi presents Shakira.
I'm gonna
something really special here. Everyone is counting on us. So get out there and give 1%.
At U.S. Bank, we're all giving 1%. A 1% cash rebate, that is. Just sign up for free checking with Checking That Pays, and you could earn up to a 1% cash rebate when you use your U.S. Bank check card to make purchases. For more details, stop into any U.S. Bank branch. Call 1-800-720-BANK or visit usbank.com. Member FDIC.
We're in the fifth inning, and the Beavers with 2 runs in have runners at second and third with 1 down. Bernie Castro climbs in against right-hander Elio Serrano. Serrano, very stocky out there, 6'3", 210 pounds. Elio 4-2, 3.59 ERA. This is his 26th game. The first pitch to Bernabel, he takes outside, ball 1. Serrano actually made 1 spot start. 42 2/3 innings. 13 walks, 28 Ks. Elio's 1-0 to Bernie, and he swings and doesn't get it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Steve Green, somewhat unlucky. They say it pays to be lucky as well as good. Green gave up 14 hits, including 4 consecutive to the last quartet of hitters he faced here in the 5th. The 1-1 pitch to Bernie outside, 2-1. And certainly the double earlier on by Quinn was hit hard. The 2 home runs were both hit very hard, but he gave up a lot of loop hits, a couple of infield singles to Rich Gomez. And he probably deserved a little better than he got. 8 earned runs and 4 1/3 with the guys in the base paths still belonging to him. Castro asked for time, granted by the plate umpire Mark Winters. Bernie climbs back in. Switch hitter batting left-handed against Serrano. Elio spells his first name E-L-I-O. And the 2-1 pitch to Bernie, and he swings and doesn't get it. Big slow curve. 2-2. Serrano out of Carabobo, Venezuela. Bernie Castro out of the Dominican Republic. Gomez down the line at third. Clark from second. The 2-2 to Castro. He swings and lines one toward shallow center. Base hit. 1 run scores. Clark held at third by Swede as Ramirez gets it in. 9-5 Portland. And for Bernie Castro, his 3rd straight single. And his 2nd straight inning, he's driven home a run with a base hit. Then another little looper. Wasn't hit particularly hard by Castro, but it got the job done. For Clark at third, Castro at first, 1 out of the inning. Here's Khalil Green. 3 runs in for the Beavs. They lead 9-5. The pitch to Khalil. Castro goes. Slider outside. No throw from Nieves. He had no chance. Castro steals his 3rd base of the night. He stole 2nd and the 3rd, the 4th, and now the 5th. So the Beavs have turned the tables a little bit, but their lead is just 4 runs. Gee, don't think they need some more. The 1-0 pitch, and Green takes outside. Oh, on the outside corner, says the plate umpire Mark Winters. Second and third with 1 down. He was running wild against Will Nieves. And the pitch, breaking ball in there to Khalil. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big sweeping slider from Elio Serrano. 15 hits now for the Beavs. They lead 9-5. Second and third, 1 down in the 5th. And the pitch to Khalil outside. And as the pitch was made, the shortstop, Alfredo Amezaga, came in. He was sprinting in from a deep position to come in, and they bring the infield in now. And 2-2 the count on Khalil. Serrano deals, and Khalil swings, sends a fly ball to deep left field. Riggs going back, away back. And it is off the wall, picked up by Riggs. 2-run score. Off the very top of the fence, it pops in the air, and Riggs is able to pick it up on a hop and keep Green to a double.
Number 44, Tag Jose.
They have a home run fence out there, and there's about 2 feet of chain link, and beneath that are the billboards. And I think that ball hit the top of the billboard and popped up. Missed a home run by a couple of feet. But Khalil does get a 2-run double, and the Beavs lead 11-5. Here's Tag Bozade, 1 for 3. 16 hits now for the Beavs. Tag swings, and he drives one to left. Riggsy going back. He's got a play and hauls it in for the second out of the inning. Khalil gets back to second. Green now with a home run of the double and 5 runs batted in. And the Beavs
Left fielder, number 10.
have plated 5 runs here in the 5th to lead 11-5. And close the book on Steve Green. 4 1/3 innings, 14 hits, 10 runs all earned, a walk and 3 strikeouts. Here's Mark Quinn, the 9th guy to come up in the frame here for Portland. Serrano looks at Green, deals to Quinn, and he takes a fastball away. Quinn has doubled, singled, and bounded into a 4-6 force play. Khalil missed his second home run of the night by just a couple of feet. Serrano's 1-0 to Quinn, and he swings and chops it foul outside third down the line. The 11-5 Portland, a 5-run 5th. The Beavs have scored in every inning but the first. 11 runs, 16 hits for the Beavs, 5 runs, 8 hits for Salt Lake. Quinn takes outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Beavers had 22 hits in a game at Tucson on April the 21st in a 12-9 win. But that is a franchise high since the club returned to Portland 2001. Serrano to Quinn on 2-1, and Mark swings and cues it foul over near the Salt Lake dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Elias flied out to begin the inning. Bozade flied out for the second out, but in between 6 consecutive hits, including a 2-run home run by Gonzalez and a 2-run double by Khalil. Green leads at second. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Quinn. Serrano fires, and Quinn takes strike 3 called on the inside corner. Down he goes. Beavers leave Green, but they get 5 runs on 6 hits, including a home run and the double, and we're halfway through. At last here at Franklin Covey Field, Beavers 11, Salt Lake 5.
There is cool. Then there is mass-produced. There is cool. And there is flavor of the day. There is cool. And there is over-roasted. There is cool. And there is non-traditional. There is Boyd's Coffee. And there is nothing else. Boyd's Coffee, meticulously roasted in small batches by a company whose passion for coffee started more than 100 years ago. Find our distinctive 21 coffee blends in finer restaurants, at our stores in Gresham, near PGE Park, and our new Pearl location, and at boydscoffee.com. Boyd's Coffee. Cool beans.
Team, you're part of something really special here. Everyone is counting on us. So get out there and give 1%.
At U.S. Bank, we're all giving 1%. A 1% cash rebate, that is. Just sign up for free checking with checking that pays, and you could earn up to a 1% cash rebate when you use your U.S. Bank check card to make purchases. For more details, stop into any U.S. Bank branch. Call 1-800-720-BANK or visit usbank.com. Member FDIC.
Time now for the Umbro Soccer Update. The Women's World Cup is on the way to Portland with 6 matches scheduled at PGE Park, including both semifinal matches on October 5th. Ticket information is forthcoming. Stay tuned. We'll know in just a couple of weeks the details on the tickets. Umbro, by the way, is the official uniform and equipment supplier for the Portland Timbers soccer team. Trent Durrington, Jeff Guile, Barry Wesson against Brian Tolberg, who's been given a 6-run lead to work with here in the bottom of the 5th. Tolberg has given up 3 home runs and yet leads 11-5. Durrington, who hit one of the home runs, takes a strike. Edmonton leading Tacoma 5-3 in the 5th inning after a 3-run 4th for the Trappers. The 0-1 pitch, and it's taken low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Franklin Covey Field, we're just south of the downtown area here. The Wasatch Mountains to the east. The 1-1 pitch, slider outside to Durrington. 2 balls and 1 strike. And with the sunlight right now, and we talked about it yesterday, America the Beautiful, Purple Mountains Majesty, you can really see the shadows in the canyons in the Wasatch. 2-1 change, a half swing, a look at first, and no swing, says Frank Coughlin. 3-1 to Durrington. Tolberg has walked 1 and struck out 2. The 3-1 pitch to Durrington, and he takes low, ball 4. A control pitcher, Brian Tolberg, with a 6-run lead, issues a leadoff walk. Very unlikely. Here's Jeff Guile, the DH. Now, remember last time, Tolberg threw well for 5 innings, but then began to struggle in the 6th. Went on to pick up the win as Portland beat Memphis 10-6. Tolley has gotten too much played a lot tonight and giving up the 5 extra base hits and 3 home runs. But he issues the leadoff walk to Trent Durrington there. Pitch to Jeff Guile, and he takes a strike outside corner, 0-1. It was once written about Fenway Park, and I think Roger Angel wrote it, that when you enter Fenway Park and you look around, everything looks closer than it really is. Pickoff throw to first gets by Bozade and goes down toward the Salt Lake pin. On the Tolberg error, down goes Durrington to second. So an errant pickoff throw sends Durrington to second. Beavers lead 11-5. We're here in the bottom of the 5th. 0-1 the count on Jeff Guile. Angel said that Fenway Park is like one of those peeping-type Easter eggs where everything seems in sharp focus. Well, that's the way the Wasatch Mountains seem here in Salt Lake City tonight. I mean, you feel like you can reach out and touch them. They are right there. What a spectacular view here at Franklin Covey Field. Guile, a left-hand hitter, waits. Tolberg fires on 0-1. Change-up ground ball hard by a lunging Khalil Green into left. Held at third is Durrington on a single by Guile. First and third, nobody out.
Right fielder, number 22, Barry Wesson.
Brian Tolberg needs 3 more outs to qualify for a win. Here's Barry Wesson, fly to center, fouled out to right. Salt Lake with 27 runs in the first 2 games of this series. You don't think the Beavers are comfortable with this 11-5 lead? First and third, nobody out for Salt Lake here in the bottom of the 5th. Wesson climbs in. 275 with 4 home runs. 0 for 2 tonight. He lines one foul up into the second level off to the right. 0-1. Another inning or so. Justin Kutcher will be along with all our scores on our Bud Light Major League scoreboard. Tolberg works Wesson with a breaking ball outside. 1-1. The only game that really matters to the Beavs on our U.S. Bank Pacific Coast League scoreboard. Edmonton leading Tacoma 5-3 in the 5th. One pitch, swung on, line drive, slapped into right, base hit. Durrington scores. Guile stops at second. 11-6. First and second, nobody out. Here's third baseman Keith Johnson. He is grounded to third and hit a solo home run. No one throwing out in the Beaver bullpen, but Yamid Hod pops his head out of the Portland dugout. He'll go down there, and someone will get up. Wouldn't surprise me to see Brandon Villaferte. Johnson waits. First and second, nobody out. The pitch to Keith. Curveball in there, 0-1. Oh, Tolberg needs a double play ball. Tolberg works Keith Johnson on 0-1. Fastball high. 1 ball, 1 strike. 11-6 Beavs. 2 on. Nobody out for Salt Lake here at the bottom of the 5th. Cincinnati beat Cleveland 5-4 in their interstate rival. Despite 2 home runs from the Indians, Matt Lawton. Line drive toward left field. Coming in on the ball is Quinn. He flags it, and the runners get back to first and second. That ball was hit right on the screws. Tolberg's not fooling anybody right now. 1 away for the catcher, Will Nieves. He is singled and struck out. Matt Lawton is the target of boos at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. I had to laugh at a line someone said to Lawton recently, and it was Lawton relaying the story. So he appears to be good-natured about it. But he was walking outside Jacobs Field after hearing a rain of boos one day, and an elderly lady recognized him. He said she looked like she was about 100 years old. Curveball in there to Nieves, 0-1. And the woman hobbled up to Lawton and said, "I always boo you, but I want you to get hot so the Indians can get rid of you." Now, how about that? Tolberg looks back at second. Guile and Wesson take their leads. The 1-1 pitch popped up, foul and out of play by Nieves. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I guess hecklers can come at any age, can't they? It reminds me of a story Mickey Mantle told. I think it was from the late 1950s, and Mantle was in a horrendous slump. First and second, 1 down. A look back by Tolberg, and the 1-2 to Nieves. Chopper towards short. Green backs up to get a hop. Has trouble getting it out of his glove. Throws to second for 1, and that's all. They lose a chance at a double play because Green found that ball stuck in the pocket of his glove. Couldn't get a grip. Down to third on the play goes Guile. And the inning extended for Julio Ramirez. With Nieves going down the line, that should have been a double play, but they get just 1. Here's Ramirez, bunted for a base hit. And grounded to short. First and third with 2 down. Julio digs in. Tolberg from a stretch. Works him with a fastball swung on. Fly ball to shallow right field. Coming in is Fernandez. Reaches down to make a shoestring catch. Nice running catch by Alex Fernandez to take a base hit and an RBI away from Julio Ramirez. I'll get to that Mickey Mantle story when we come back. We go to the 6th, 11-6 Portland.
Ready for a telecommunications company that's dedicated to the needs of you, the business customer? You're ready for XO. Now you can simplify your business with everything from local to long distance, internet access to web hosting, packaged together or a la carte, and a nationwide network so you can serve virtually all your offices, all on one bill, and all from one company. Call 503-277-1400 or visit XO.com to get connected. XO, not just talk.
Advice Radio 1550 KKAD is a new concept for Portland listeners. The issues we talk about are yours. Financial issues, relationship issues, the issues that matter. Start your day with a consultation from Dr. Joy Brown. She's here from 6 to 10. At noon, it's Clark Howard, radio's #1 consumer advisor. They're a good introduction to what we do all day long. Sound advice, no politics. Advice Radio, 1550 KKAD.
Day 12 in my quest to classify and consume every single object at AM/PM. I am in the region commonly known as Gummy. It's a world full of multicolored worms and miniature bears who live together in small packs. They let me observe them up close. And then, one by one, I ate them.
Discover our crispier than ever corn dogs. They're 2 for 99 cents at AM/PM. Too much good stuff.
At participating stores for a limited time. While supplies last. Prices may vary.
Portland Beavers baseball is brought to you by Pepsi, the joy of Pepsi. By Umbro, the official uniform and equipment supplier to the Portland Timbers soccer team. By G.I. Joe's. Go to Joe's, grab the gear, and seize the weekend. And by Portland General Electric, bringing the energy to PGE Park. Through 5 innings for the Beavs, 11 runs, 16 hits, 1 error, which was committed by Brian Tolberg in the bottom of the 5th inning. Probably didn't lead to a run. They were probably going to score that run anyway. And for Salt Lake, 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Here's Alex Pelaez, who has singled and twice flied out to center. Both times went after the first pitch. His first AB against Elio Serrano. He takes the fastball in there, 0-1. Serrano works out of a stretch with nobody on base, like many relievers these days. Off-speed pitch waved at and missed up around Pelaez's eyes. 0-2. Alex has now hit in 5 straight. .289 with 7 home runs. He hit 10 round trippers last year for the Beavs. The 0-2 pitch to Pelaez, and he takes outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Serrano kicks and fires, and Pelaez takes outside. 2-2. Pelaez with 5 of his 7 home runs in the month of June. Serrano's 2-2 pitch. Pelaez lines one up the middle. Base hit. And the leadoff man is on for the Beavs here in the 6th. Pelaez led off the 5th by flying out to center. But the next 6 hitters would get base hits, including a home run by Wiki Gonzalez. Here's Alex Fernandez. 2 for 3. Only time they got him, took a long running catch by the center fielder, Julio Ramirez. Serrano bent at the waist slightly, now straightens up, checks Pelaez, and the pitch to Fernandez, a change high. 1 ball, no strikes. Just a little bit of sunlight left on the peaks of the Wasatch in the distance. Mount Olympus, Storm Mountain. 1-0 pitch outside. This is the winter sports lovers' haven here in Salt Lake. Home of the Winter Olympics 18 months ago. Rice-Eccles Stadium, the home of the University of Utah's football team, a couple of miles away from here. That was also the home of the opening and closing ceremonies. Fernandez drives one to deep right field. Back goes Wesson. Turns at the warning track. It's off the base of the wall. Pelaez around third, held there on a double by Fernandez. Second and third, nobody out. And that is the 18th hit for the Beavs. And we're just in the 6th inning. Here's Wiki. Grounded into a double play. Flied out to center on that sliding catch by Ramirez. And hit a 2-run home run. Fernandez now 3 for 4 on the night. 7 hits and 12 at-bats in the series. Pitching coach Rich Bombard goes out to the hill. And a right-hander throwing out of the Salt Lake pen. Second and third, nobody out. And a meeting of the minds on the mound. Everybody in there but the second baseman, Trent Durrington. Beavers are back home on Friday night, Independence Day. If you've been out to PGE Park, do you know that the ballpark features some of the best suites in the country? You and your group of friends or coworkers can check one out for only $675. It includes tickets for 26 people. Great way to come out to a ball game. Bombard back in the dugout for Salt Lake. Wiki waits. Pelaez at third. Fernandez at second. And the pitch from Serrano. Curveball in there. I'm going to give you a phone number to get one of those suites. 503-553-5555. Pretty easy to remember, especially since I say it to you about a dozen times a game. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Wiki, and he takes a big, slow curveball in there. Back-to-back breaking balls taken by Wiki in the count 0-2. Again, 503-553-5555. Hope to see you out at the ballpark in the upcoming homestand, which begins in 6 days, July 4th. Serrano straightens up. Second and third, nobody out. The 0-2 to Wiki, and he swings and loops one to shallow right. Wesson comes on, reaches down, can't make the catch. It squirts out of his glove as he hits the ground. Pelaez scores. Fernandez the third. Another loop base hit for Portland, and they now lead 12-6. Good diving effort by Wesson. Ball hit his glove just as he hit the ground, and it trickled out. The third base on the play went Fernandez as Pelaez scored. 12-6 Portland. Now the Beavs with 19 hits. Rich Gomez is struck out and has 2 infield singles. Fernandez at third, Gonzalez at first, Gomez at the plate. Fly ball towards center field, hit by the go-go man. Back goes Ramirez, away back, still going back, gone! 3-run blast, 425 feet away by Rich Gomez. Another home run for the Beavs, their 20th hit, and they lead 15-6. They have turned the tables on Salt Lake. When that ball left Gomez's bat, I thought it would be just past medium deep center, but it just kept carrying and carrying all the way out of the yard.
Center fielder, Jermaine Clark.
Third home run for Portland. Clark takes outside, ball one from Serrano. 15-6 Beavers. Fastball outside to Clark, 2-0. After losing last night 15-4 and the night before 12-2, they've turned the tables on Salt Lake. What's that they say about baseball? Momentum is only as good as the next day's starting pitcher. Steve Green didn't have it for Salt Lake, neither does Elio Serrano. Clark pops one up left side. The third baseman Johnson into foul territory calling it. He's got it. And finally, there's the first out of the inning. Jermaine Clark now 2 for 4. A 3-run home run by Rich Gomez. First 4 hitters of the inning reach base. All 4 score. Everybody in the Beaver lineup, with the exception of Tag Bozade, has scored at least 1 run. And Bozade has driven home 1. Here's Bernie Castro, and he swings and slaps one into left, base hit. 21st hit for Portland. And for Castro, he has singled in each of the last 4 innings.
Shortstop, Khalil Green.
Here's Khalil Green. Struck out, 3-run home run, walk, 2-run double. And here comes Mike Brumley. And that'll be it for Elio Serrano. Pepsi call to the bullpen. 4 runs in for the Beavs here in the 6th. We'll take a 1-minute timeout and come back after this. Beavers leading 15-6 here in Salt Lake City.
You know that feeling you get the first day you start a new job? It's a nervous excitement in the pit of your stomach. Because you know everyone's looking at you, wondering who you are and what you're going to do. Well, that's kind of like what we're going through. We're Comcast, and we're your new cable company. And we know that right now, all eyes are on us. And that's okay. We're the new guy, and that's how it goes. But we hope you'll give us a chance. Because we promise we're going to be committed. We're going to be dedicated. And every day, we're going to be there for you. Doing our best to help you connect to all the things you love most. Because that's our mission. That's what we do. And we're confident that once you get to know us, you'll be just as glad to have us as we are to be here. We're Comcast, and we're ready to work.
Comcast, proud to be Portland's new cable company.
Right-hander Doug Nickel comes out of the Salt Lake pen, 1-2, 1.98 ERA. His 27th game, all in relief. And he comes in with his team trailing the Beavers by 9 runs, 15-6. Runner at first with one down. Khalil Green will be coming to the plate. 21 hits for Portland, one shy of their season and franchise high since 2001. And there's just one out here in the 6th inning. Now, I've been telling you I was going to tell that Mickey Mantle story, and it goes back to Matt Lawton getting booed in Cleveland and the elderly lady telling him, I always boo you, but I want you to get hot so the Indians can get rid of you. It was late 1950s, and Mantle was in a horrendous slump, and he was in the Yankee Stadium clubhouse one day after striking out 3 times in one game. Little Timmy Berra walks up to him, Yogi's son, pats him on the knee, and Mickey's thinking he's going to say, that's all right, Mick. You'll do better next time. Little Timmy, 5, 6, 7 years old, right around there. The pitch from Nickel to Khalil, and he swings and fouls it off. He pats Mickey on the knee, and he says, you stink, and turns and walks away. So it can come from all ages. 0-1 to count to Khalil Green. The pitch to Greeny, and he takes low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nickel fires. Green takes low. 2-1. Khalil has struck out, hit a 3-run home run, walked, and hit a 2-run double. And he's got to count his way 2-1. 15-6 is the score. And if you're just tuning in and you had listened to the last 2 nights, well, the tables have been turned. Beavers lead by 9. Khalil, half swing, and a look down at first swing, says Frank Coughlin. Good call. Fooled on a breaking ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Elio Serrano, 1 inning, 6 hits, 5 runs so far. Castro belongs to his ledger. No walks, 1 strikeout. Nickel ready, and the 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled off by Khalil down the right field line. That scatters the crowd down there, and somebody dives over his seat and reaches down the row behind, and he came up with the foul ball. 2-2 to Khalil Green. We've got 31 hits tonight. The Beavers have 21 of them. Green with 2 of those, including a home run and a double, and he swings and fouls it off to the right. Nickel spells his last name Nickle. 36 in the 3rd innings coming in. 32 hits, just 1 home run. Nickel ready to check a Castro, and the 2-2 to Khalil, and he swings, sends a fly ball toward deep left field. Riggs going back, a step onto the warning track to glove it, and Castro back to first. Nickel came that close to giving up his 2nd home run this year. Green just missed a home run on his double in the 5th, and he flies out to the track in left here in the 6th. Here's Tag Bozade, already his 5th at-bat tonight. He's 1 for 4. (15-6) Beavers. We're in the top of the 6th. Runner at first with 2 down. The pitch to Tag, and he takes the fastball down and away. Ball 1. Now, Bernie Castro has stolen second base each of the last 3 innings. If he were to steal second here, I think that would incite a riot. With the Beavers leading by 9. The 1-0 pitch to Tag. Fastball down and away. Beavers have scored in every inning but the first. Multiple runs in every inning but the first and second. They scored 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 5 in the fifth, 4 so far here in the sixth. Castro at first with 2 down, and the 2-0 to Bozade, foul back. 2-1. Tag Bozade was drafted 3 different times, twice by the Minnesota Twins. They drafted him as a catcher in the 50th round out of Arvada High School there in the Denver suburbs. And Tag went to the University of San Francisco, and he was taken in the second round by the Twins as a junior. 2-1 pitch, and he takes outside 3-1. Then they had told him he was going to go in the first round. He had a pre-draft first-round deal with the Twins as a junior out of USF, but he injured his knee, didn't play that much his junior year, and so he slipped to the second round and didn't sign. Then he was taken in the third round by the Padres as a senior 2 years ago. 3-1 to Tag is line towards short. Amezaga picks it up on a hop and throws out Bozade, and the side retired. Beavers, though, get 4 runs on 5 hits, including a double by Fernandez and a 3-run home run by Rich Gomez. We go to the bottom of the sixth. 15-6 Portland. And now let's check in at Beaver HQ and Justin Kutcher.
All right, thanks a lot, Rich. Checking our Bud Light Major League Scoreboard. Interleague play this weekend, rivalry weekend. And Cincinnati won its 20th game in its last at-bat as the Reds rallied for 2 runs with 2 outs in the ninth to stun their Ohio rival, Cleveland, 5-4. Matt Lawton hit 2 home runs in the loss for the Indians. The Yankees won Game 1 of a day-night home-and-home doubleheader versus the Mets, 7-1 at Yankee Stadium. Roger Clemens got the win, number 301. Hideki Matsui hit a grand slam and drove in 5 runs in that game. In Game 2, the Yankees lead the Mets 9-8 in the ninth after the Mets scored 5 runs in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Alfonso Soriano and Derek Jeter led off the game with back-to-back home runs. Jason Giambi also contributed his 21st homer of the season. The White Sox, they walked off the field again today in exciting fashion as D'Angelo Jimenez hit a game-winning single in the ninth to beat the crosstown rival Cubs 7-6. Montreal doubled up Toronto 4-2 despite Carlos Delgado's Major League leading 26th home run. Atlanta lost at Bay 9-7. Philadelphia beat Baltimore 9-5. Jim Thome went deep, number 19 on the season. Florida scored 4 runs in the 8th and 4 in the 9th to shock Boston 10-9. Mike Lowell hit number 25 for the Marlins. Arizona shut out Detroit 7-0. Jim Edmonds hit 2 home runs to lead St. Louis to a 13-9 victory over Kansas City. Minnesota topped Milwaukee 5-2. Houston blanked Texas 2-0. San Francisco battled back from 6-0 against Barry Zito and the A's to win 8-7 in 10 innings. LA at Anaheim, and Anaheim is up 1-0 in the 5th. Also in the 5th, San Diego's on top of Seattle 1-0. One game in the National League, Colorado edged Pittsburgh 5-4. Don't forget to IM us your question throughout the broadcast if you have any questions through AOL Instant Messenger at Beavers Radio. Now back out to the ballpark where the Beavers lead 15-6.
Okay, thanks a lot, Kutch. Hang in there back there. Boy, these are long games these two teams play, but thankfully the Beavers on the plus side of this one, 15-6. Here's the leadoff man, Alfredo Amezaga, against Brian Tolberg. Totally 78 pitches through 5 innings, works him with a fastball outside. Ball 1. Amezaga has doubled, grounded to second, and walked. Tolberg's 1-0 pitch, and Amezaga takes a strike, 1-1. Portland Beavers baseball presented by Portland General Electric. And the Beavers' bats have been electric tonight. 21 hits through 6 innings for 15 runs. Amezaga pulls one down toward the right field corner. Hooks foul. One ball, 2 strikes. Kutch gave you that AOL screen name, Beavers Radio. You can IM us during the game on AOL Instant Messenger. The 1-2 pitch is on the way. A half swing on one up and away. No swing, 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's also the email address to request our Beaver Preview weekly email. Our latest issue went out yesterday. And if you email me, I'll send it to you as quick as I can, maybe even during the game. Pitch taken low by Amezaga, full count, and then I'll put you on a regular list, and you'll get it in your inbox every Friday. 3-2 from Tolberg to Amezaga. Swung on, fouled off to the left. Still a full count. Left-hander out in the Beavers bullpen. That's Matt Hampton, who worked an inning last night and gave up 6 runs. By far his poorest outing of the year. Hampton has been solid for the Beavs all year long, since he came up from Double-A from extended spring. There's a ground ball to short. Bad hop. Explodes all the way over Khalil Green's head. Base hit for Amezaga. Would have been a routine play, but it hit the seam where the grass meets the dirt and went high in the air. Bad hop single for Alfredo Amezaga. And that'll bring up Adam Riggs, 0 for 2 with the sacrifice. That's the 11th hit for Salt Lake. Tolberg ready, works Riggs with a fastball swung on and missed, 0-1. Tolberg checks Amezaga, deals a curveball and a high, towering fly ball into deep left field. Quinn back at the fence, gone. 2-run home run for Adam Riggs. We ain't done yet. 15-8, Portland. I think Hampton's ready to go if they want to go get him. No sign from Rick Sweet yet. Bad hop single. And a towering home run by Adam Riggs. And here comes Rick Sweet. And that should be it for Brian Tolberg, who's given up 4 home runs tonight. But if he leaves, we'll exit with a 7-run lead. Sweet gets out there, climbs up the hill, claps his hands, takes the baseball, and we'll have a Pepsi call to the bullpen. Tolberg is gone. Hampton is on. 2 runs in for Salt Lake here in the 6th. 15-8, Portland. We'll be back in just a moment.
Pepsi presents Shakira.
I'm gonna live on my Monday like the sunniest Sunday. I'm gonna go through life every moment thinking of you always. I'll be there to beat your fears in over 365. So this is what I say. Knock on my door. You know I'll be in town. Come ask for more. Don't let me down. What is up? What is on? What is left? What is gone? I'm gonna give it all for you, baby. You can't consider it done.
Listen up, Beaver fans. Whether you're feeding a bunch of heavy hitters or just a small lineup, Carl Buddig has something for everyone in the family. From 9 distinct flavors like honey ham and smoked turkey to convenient 2.5-ounce, 8-ounce, and 1-pound sizes. Add it all up, and you're getting a great value without going over the salary cap. Carl Buddig, a real slice of life and a proud sponsor of Portland Beavers baseball.
Team Earl Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at Dame Earl Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call Dame Earl Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-DAME-ERO.
Bottom of the 6th inning, 15-8 Portland. Matt Hampton comes out of the Beaver bullpen to face Rob Quinlan. Hamp's first pitch is fouled back, 0-1. Quinlan is homered, singled, and grounded out to second. Hampton worked last night. 1 inning, 5 hits, 6 runs, all earned. He did induce Quinlan to ground out to short as part of that inning. Fastball outside, ball 1. And that was by far Hampton's worst outing all year. This will show you how one bad outing, especially for a relief pitcher, can really balloon the earned run average. 1-1 from Hampton. Fastball inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hampton has now given up 9 earned runs in 13 appearances. 6 of the 9 were yesterday in 1 inning. Quinlan pops one up in foul ground off first. Not a lot of room here. Bozade comes over near the stands, reaches in, but it's just out of his grasp. A couple of rows deep. 2-2 to Quinlan. Hampton had given up just 3 earned runs in 15 in the third coming into yesterday's game. The 6 runs in 1 inning have his ERA ballooned up to almost 5. That's not indicative at all of how he's thrown this year. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Quinlan. Hampton fires a fastball, swung on a drive to right. Fernandez is there. He's got a play, and he's got the ball. One away for second baseman Trent Durrington, who is flied to center, homered, and walked. Durrington, Quinlan, and Amezaga have scored 2 runs each for Salt Lake. But for the Beavs, Gomez and Castro have scored 3 times each. Clark, Gonzalez, and Fernandez twice each. Beavers lead 15-8. 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Padres leading Seattle 2-0 up at Safeco. That game's in the top of the 6th inning. Sean Burroughs and Mark Kotsay have each hit solo home runs. For Burroughs, his 4th of the year, and for Kotsay, his 3rd. Fastball in there to Durrington. 0-1. Trent Durrington, a former Team Australia teammate of the Beavers, Ben Reisinger. They played together for a couple of years and remained good friends. The 0-1 pitch to Trent. Change up, pulled toward the left side. Lunging play by Pelaez. Turns and throws and gets his man. Good change from Hampton. And there are 2 down for the DH, Jeff Gow. Good job by Rick Sweet to get Hampton back out there with a 7-run lead. Get him right back on that horse tonight after struggling here in Salt Lake. Ronaldo Mendez, again, it's short for the Padres tonight. He's 0 for 2 in that ball game. His average at 246. He's played pretty well at short for the Padres up there. Fastball in there. 0-1 to Guile. But the question is, what will happen when Ramon Vasquez eventually comes off the DL? It's taken him about 2 weeks longer than they originally thought. 0-1 curveball. Feeble swing by Guile. Around he went. 0-2. What do they do with Mendez? What do they do with Khalil Green? I think at this point, Green has proven his case enough. They couldn't possibly send him back to AA now, could they? Guile just 125 against left-hand pitching. 3 hits and 24 at-bats. Hampton has him by the throat, 0-2, and he fires a curveball outside. Guile wouldn't chase it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 15-8 Portland. 2 runs in for Salt Lake here in the bottom of the 6th. Beavers have scored in every inning but the first. Salt Lake has scored in every inning but the second and fourth. 1-2 pitch. Jams Guile. He fouls it off. It's possible that Mark Loretta of the Padres could be traded. In fact, I think at this point, likely prior to the July 31 deadline. And that could open up a spot at second base for Ramon Vasquez, where he thrived last year. Fastball outside. 2-2 to Jeff Guile. So you could possibly see Ronaldo Mendez at short for the Padres the rest of the year. Mark Loretta gone, and Ramon Vasquez at second base. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Guile. Hampton winds and deals a fastball outside. Full count. Kevin Towers talked about getting an established shortstop for the second half of this season, but I think with the way Mendez and Green have played, he's talked They have talked him out of that. The 3-2 pitch is taken down and in ball 4. So he had Guile in an 0-2 hole and ended up losing him. 2-out walk brings up the right fielder, Barry Wesson. 1 for 3 tonight.
Right fielder, number 22, Barry Wesson.
I think Kevin Towers, the GM of the Padres, may feel now that Mendez will be a nice stopgap from here to the rest of the year. And then next year, he would anoint Khalil Green as starting shortstop. Which we're a long way away from that. And we're still 30 days away from the trading deadline, so who really knows? Fastball in there to Weston, 0-1. Weston, a right-handed hitter, climbs back in. Hampton fires, and Barry swings and chops one back by the mound. Charging is Green, picks it up, throws him out. Nice play by Khalil, picked it up and threw all in one motion. He is expert at doing that. And Hampton, after giving up a 2-out walk, gives up no further runs in relief of Brian Tolberg, who gave up a 2-run home run earlier in the inning. Rooker is 6 complete. Beavers 15, Salt Lake 8.
I'm here in a coffee shop with a percolator, an espresso machine, and some sugar cubes to explain why you should call Allstate right now for a free auto insurance quote. Let's say this percolator is your current auto insurance company. It's okay. But let's say this espresso machine is Allstate. Quite a difference. Well, here's something represented by these sugar cubes that can make it taste even better. Right now, qualified drivers who call Allstate for a quote may be able to get a company this good for this kind of price. Maybe even less. Sweet, huh? So let's recap. Qualified drivers who call Allstate now for a free auto insurance quote may be able to get a company this good for this kind of price. Maybe less. It's just one more way the right hands make all the difference. To find out more, call 1-800-ALLSTATE, see your local Allstate agent, or visit allstate.com. Rates will vary, subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company and Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois. You're in good hands with Allstate.
When flying out of town for work or pleasure, leave your car and your worries at Thrifty Airport Parking. It's conveniently located on Northeast Holman, just off I-205 next to PDX. Thrifty has free 24-hour shuttle service with courteous drivers that take you to and from the airport. More importantly, your car is safe because Thrifty's lot is paved, fenced, and well lit. Check out Thrifty's web specials at thriftynorthwest.com or call 1-888-634-PARK.
Top of the 7th inning, 15 runs on 21 hits for Portland, 8 runs, 12 hits for Salt Lake. Doug Nickel comes on for his first full inning of work after getting the last 2 outs for the 6th in relief of Elio Serrano. Steve Green started for Salt Lake, 4 1/3 innings, 14 hits, 10 runs all earned. Elio Serrano, 1 inning, 6 hits, 5 runs all earned. And now Doug Nickel. Everybody in the Beaver lineup has at least 1 base hit. Everybody with the exception of Tag Bozade has at least 2 hits. Is Mark Quinn, who has doubled, singled, grounded into a force play, and struck out. Bernie Castro leads the hit parade with 4 safeties, all singles, in consecutive innings. Quinn takes a strike, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Now, if Castro is going to get a chance for a base hit in the 5th consecutive inning, Portland will need to send 7 men to the plate in this frame. The 0-1 curveball popped up foul off third. Keith Johnson coming over. The veteran runs out of room, and the count 0-2 on Quinn. Tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 airtime, 1 o'clock first pitch. Carlton Lower will go for Portland. And for Salt Lake, it'll be right-hander Chris Butchek. Curveball beaten foul at home plate by Quinn, and that took a bite out of his own left foot or ankle. And he's hobbling around trying to walk it off. Still 0-2 to Quinn. When we get to our G.I. Joe's postgame show, or at the pace we're going, I should say, if we get to our G.I. Joe's postgame show, Justin Kutcher will give you all the news from the world of sports. Our Bud Light Major League scoreboard. Our U.S. Bank Pacific Coast League scoreboard. At last report, Tacoma and Edmonton up in Edmonton. And Edmonton led 6-5 in the top of the sixth. Just a half game back of the Beavs. Quinn takes outside, ball one. But speaking of notes from the world of sports, did you see that strange story coming out of Baylor University? I don't think I've ever heard of anything like this. The 1-2 pitch, curveball, got him swinging. Quinn strikes out, much to the delight of the crowd here in Salt Lake. And that brings up Alex Pelaez. Single, fly to center twice, and singled again. There's a player for Baylor University's basketball team named Patrick Dennehy. He's been missing for a couple of weeks. Then they suspect foul play. Pitch fouled off to the right by Pelaez, 0-1. Not only that, but some of his teammates are suspects in his disappearance. Baylor is in Texas, and they found Dennehy's SUV stripped of its license plates all the way out on the coast of Virginia. The 0-1 to Pelaez, and he swings and slaps one foul off to the right. And all the way down past the stands here, the concession area. Well, it hops over a fence down there and back toward the grassy hillside. 15-8, Portland. We're in the top of the seventh. Beavers sent 9 men to the plate during a 5-run fifth, 8 men to the plate during a 4-run sixth. Pelaez chops one toward third, gloved by Johnson. Keith throws low, picked out by Quinlan, and there are 2 away. The Beavers have gone in order once tonight. That was the first. But then they sent 5 to the plate in the second, 7 in the third, 7 in the fourth, 9 in the fifth, 8 in the sixth. First 2 men go out in order here in the seventh, and here's Alex Fernandez. More than one shy of the new franchise record for hits, 22, set back on April the 21st of this year. One of the things we'd like to do eventually is put together a comprehensive record of Portland Beavers dating all the way back to their inception 100 years ago. We have no idea what the franchise all-time record for hits in a game is. Fernandez takes outside, ball one. But maybe at some point something like that will be put together. Brandon Villaferde throwing out the Beaver bullpen. The pitch stroked to shallow center by Fernandez. Ramirez comes on. They'll play it on a hop. Fernandez has his 4th hit of the night. 3 singles and a double. And there, tying the record, 22 hits for the Beavs. The all-time most hits given up by Salt Lake. Tacoma had 27 here in this ballpark against Salt Lake back in 1997. Beavs 5 hits shy of that now. Beavs have had a litany of loop base hits, infield hits tonight. Mario Valdez exchanges places with Ben Reisinger in the first base coaching box, so maybe Mario will be coming up to pinch hit. Here's Wiki Gonzalez. And the pitch to Wiki is taken in the dirt. Gets away from Nieves up near the first base coaching box, about 20 feet away from it. Down to second on a wild pitch goes Fernandez. Runner at second with 2 down. So the Beavs again not retired in order. Twice this year, Salt Lake has won 4 in a row. And this is the 3rd time they've won 4 in a row. The first 2 times when they gave up their 4-game winning streak, they did so in a big way, losing 16-2 to New Orleans, 13-2 to Memphis. Pitch in there to Wiki. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, tonight, with the 4-game winning streak on the line, they're trailing at 15-8. Beavers looking for more here in the 7th, with Fernandez at second and 2 down. The 1-1 pitch taken on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes from Doug Nickel. Two outs, Fernandez at second. Nickel from his belt to look back into 1-2 to Wiki, and he swings and grounds one pretty hard to second, gobbled up there by Trent Durrington, who straightens up and throws him out. And for the first time since all the way back in the first inning, the Beavers are held scoreless. Stretch time here at Franklin Covey Field in Salt Lake City. Portland 15, Stingers 8.
Hi, this is Gwen with PGE. How can I help you?
At Portland General Electric, we may be known for power lines.
Let me go over our time of use option with you.
The ones we maintain through rain, wind, ice, and snow.
It's not a problem at all. We can transfer your service from here or the web.
But there are other lines we're equally focused on.
Have you ever considered our online paperless billing?
Lines of communication.
Definitely. Our website is your best bet for that.
That's why you can call us weekdays for person-to-person advice.
Bueno, ¿hay algo más que le puedo ofrecer?
Stop by our offices.
Yes, there are 2 financial assistance plans you may qualify for.
Or visit our website for a wealth of services any hour, any day.
Yes, all you have to do is log on to portlandgeneral.com and you can track your usage that way.
After all, in today's rapidly changing energy world...
Well, yes, compact fluorescents usually pay for themselves within 2 years.
Knowledge is just as powerful as, well, power.
Thanks. You have a good one, too.
PGE. We do this every day.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like Corey Taylor from Stone Sour.
I'll just sit up in the middle of the night and be like, where's my notebook? I gotta write this down. It's right on that edge where you're just falling asleep, and all of a sudden, bam, somebody just opened a door and the floodgates come, and you're like, it's crazy. It drives me nuts, man, because it's like, I just want to go to bed.
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Why is Champions always a hit? Because Champions is Portland's premier sports bar and grill and your front row seat to all your favorite sporting events. With 25 screens, including 2 big ones, you won't miss a thing. Weekdays 3 to 6 score a $6.95 lunch special or $2.95 appetizers. Monthly giveaways, 13 microbrews, loads of sports memorabilia, and a killer menu. It's a sports fan's dream. Champions, inside the Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront. Champions, good food, good times, good sports.
Hey, this is Rick Sweet, and you're listening to Beavers Baseball on 1550 KKAD.
Brandon Villaferde comes out of the Beaver bullpen. Matt Hampton goes 1 inning, gives up a walk and nothing else. And now Villaferde comes on, and he will face the bottom third of the batting order. Keith Johnson, Will Nieves, Julio Ramirez. Villaferde making his 9th appearance with the Beavs, has yet to allow a run, earned or otherwise. 11 in the third innings, 12 hits, 3 walks, 11 Ks. Brandon's second appearance of the series. 15-8, Portland going to the bottom of the 7th. Mario Valdez comes into the game to play left. Mark Quinn is out of the ball game. First pitch from Villaferde bends Johnson back. Ball 1. Villaferde's fastball in there to Keith Johnson. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson has grounded to third, hit a solo home run. The time it put Salt Lake up 5-4. And then lined out to left. Villaferde's 1-1 pitch to Keith, and the veteran fouls it back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 15 runs, 22 hits for the Beavs, matching the season and franchise record. 8 runs, 12 hits for Salt Lake. It is still 83 degrees here in Salt Lake City. 9:45 at night local time. They say it's going to be a high of 93 tomorrow. I suspect maybe even warmer for our day game. Breaking ball waved at and missed, and down goes Johnson.
Number 19, Will Nieves.
1 away for the catcher, Will Nieves. Brian Tolberg will pick up the win unless Salt Lake mounts a major comeback here in the final 3 innings. Tolberg 5+ innings, 12 hits, 8 runs all earned, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. And he gave up 4 home runs. Pitch low to Nieves, ball 1. Beavers have hit 3 home runs. Khalil Green's 5th, Wiki Gonzalez 2nd, Rich Gomez 4th. 1-0 pitch is taken outside. Gomez's shot was an absolute blast to straightaway center field, 425 feet. 2 balls and no strikes to Nieves. Villaferde kicks at the pitching rubber. Brandon tugs at his jersey. Born on the Big Island of Hawaii, raised south of the Bay Area, Morgan Hill. Villaferde's 2-0 pitch is on the way. Inside, did he get a piece of him, or was Nieves able to back out of the way? And Will looks out at his former battery mate, taps the spikes with the handle of his bat, and the pitch missed him. 3 balls and no strikes. One out, nobody on for Salt Lake here in the bottom of the 7th. Villaferde's 3-0 pitch, fastball outside corner, 3-1 to Nieves. These guys hooked up a lot last year, not only with the Beavers, but also in San Diego. They were battery mates there for a little while. The 3-1 to Nieves, and he swings and doesn't get it. Full count. Now, does a catcher have an advantage against a pitcher that he formerly caught? Well, that's a good question. Javi Lopez last week hit 2 home runs off former battery mate Kevin Millwood. 3-2 pitch fouled off. Still a full count. Now, I think they may have a little advantage, but whatever it is, it's probably negated by the rigors of catching, which is why you don't see catchers with elevated batting averages above everybody else, since they see so many pitches. Full count to Nieves. Villaferde winds and fires. Fastball, ground ball hard. Back of third. Backhanded by Pelaez. Straightens up and throws him out. After going 4 for 5 last night, Nieves 1 for 4 tonight. 2 outs and nobody on base. For the center fielder, Julio Ramirez. Villaferde trying to restore order. Nobody has gone in order since the Beavers in the top of the 1st. Matter of fact, Salt Lake is... They haven't sent the minimum 3 to the plate tonight, and only once have they sent just 4 hitters to the plate. But they still trail the Bees 15-8. 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 7th. Ramirez takes inside ball 1. The 1-0 pitch, and Julio takes a strike. Julio will be back at the schoolyard tomorrow, along with the rest of us. We hope you'll join us. Airtime 12:30. First pitch straight up 1 o'clock Pacific. 1-1 fastball, chased and missed. 1-2 to Ramirez, up and out of the zone. Villaferde peers into Wiki, now into his wind, and the 1-2 pitch inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Valdez in left, just into the game to replace Mark Quinn. Clark in center. Fernandez in right. On the infield from first around to third, Bozade and Castro, Green and Pelaez. Battery of Villaferde and Gonzalez. The 2-2 pitch is low. Full count now to Ramirez. Brandon heaves aside. Goateed right-hander now winds in his 3-2 pitch. Fastball popped up back of the plate. Wiki with the mask off for a look, but it's back onto the other side. Very first row of the second level. Takes a hop off the cement back into the suite level, the third level. Just off to our right. Franklin Covey Field, home of the Salt Lake Stingers since the inception of the franchise, 1994. The former Portland Beavers. Yep, Joe Buzis, who died just a couple of months ago, packed up the moving vans and moved here to Salt Lake 9.5 years ago. 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled off again by Julio. Still a full count. 15-8 Portland. We're in the bottom of the 7th. We're just about a dozen minutes away from the 3-hour mark. Villaferde nods yes. Then he shook off Gonzalez, thought better of it. Now picks out one he likes. 3-2 fastball missed away, ball 4. And Salt Lake still hasn't been retired in order tonight. Matter of fact, the last time Salt Lake was retired in order, all the way back in the 9th inning, and in fact the 8th inning on Thursday, the opener of the series. And you know who retired him in order? Ben Reisinger. The only other pitcher to get Salt Lake in order in the series, Cliff Bartosh, in the 7th inning on Thursday. Here's leadoff man Alfredo Amezaga in the pitch, and he swings and strokes one to deep right field. Fernandez on the dead run, reaches up to pick it off just in front of the fence. Wow, what a great catch with his back to home plate over the shoulder by Alex Fernandez. They leave a runner, and Amezaga loses a run batted in on a great catch by Alex. We're through 7 complete here at Franklin Covey Field in Salt Lake City. 15-8 Portland.
Ever thought of visiting a charming city with a beautiful waterfront park, pedestrian-friendly downtown, millions of dining and entertainment options? Well, the Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront invites you to do just that. It's springtime in the Rose City. Why waste the airfare? Check into the Marriott's Riverview or Downtown View rooms, then plot your strategy for fun. Or just cozy up with some chilled bubbly and a pair of prawn cocktails. The Portland Marriott downtown on the waterfront. Big city hotel excitement right here in your hometown.
Where will you find off-road running shoes to tackle even the toughest trails? G.I. Joe's. Joe's Shoe Department offers top-of-the-line trail shoes, like the New Balance 805 series. With maximum shock absorption for your heel and forefoot, they're great for on- or off-road running. And New Balance 805s have water-resistant uppers. This is the Northwest, after all. So before you hit the trail, better hit G.I. Joe's for a new pair of New Balance shoes.
Seize the weekend. Team Earl Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at Dame Earl Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call Dame Earl Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-DAME-ERO.
Here's Rich Gomez to start off the Beaver 8th inning. He has one of 3 home runs for the Beavs tonight. He's 3 for 4. He's scored 3 runs. And he has knocked home 3. That big, booming 3-run home run to center field in the 6th. We're waiting for Ben Reisinger to get down to the first base coaching box. Reisinger jogging down there right now. So Gomez, Clark, and Castro for Portland here in the 8th. Leading 15-8. Doug Nickel has restored order for Salt Lake. Retired all but one of the hitters to face him. And there's a chopper to second, picked up by Durrington, who throws the go-go man out.
Center fielder, number 1.
One away for Jermaine Clark. Nichols got pretty good down-breaking action on his pitches. He gets a lot of ground balls. Clark has singled, struck out, singled again, and fouled out. Salt Lake with 2 in the bottom of the 1st, and we thought, uh-oh, here we go again. After the Beavers were lambasted 12-2 on Thursday and 15-4 last night, Salt Lake had an early 2-0 lead on the home run by Rob Quinlan. Fastball to Clark, fouled off to the left. Jermaine couldn't catch up to that, 0-1. Portland came back with a run in the 2nd. And then in the 3rd inning, back-to-back base hits to begin the frame by Clark and Castro. And then Khalil Green pounded a 3-run home run, and the Beavs led 4-2. Fastball high to Clark, 2-1. But then Salt Lake came back. And they had 2 home runs in the 3rd off Brian Tolberg. 2-run shot from Trent Durrington. A solo home run by Keith Johnson. They led 5-4. Fastball outside to Clark. 3-1. Scoreboard says 2-1. I don't think it's correct. The pitch on the way to Clark is swung on. Ground ball to short. We'll never know. Picked up by Meziga, who throws out Clark. And there are 2 down here in the Beaver 8. That'll bring up second baseman Bernie Castro.
Number 3, Bernie Castro.
Grounded out to short in the first. Came up in the third, singled and scored. Came up in the fourth, singled, drove home a run and scored. Came up in the fifth, singled and scored. Came up in the sixth and singled. Singles in 4 consecutive innings for Castro. His average now up to 298. Pitch to Bernabel, and he takes one inside. Ball 1. Beavers, I don't believe, have a 5-hit game by a batter this year. The 1-0 to Castro, swings at a high fastball, doesn't get it. 1-1. Castro climbs back in. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 8th, 15-8 Portland. Nickel fires and Castro swings and doesn't get it. Out in front of the change, 1-2. Bernie, one of 2 Beavers with 4 hits. The other one is Alex Fernandez. And he's also made a couple of sparkling defensive plays tonight as Fernandez. 1-2 to Bernabel, and he swings and chops it toward the left side. Going to be a tough play. Backhanded by Nickel. High throw late, and it gets by the first baseman, Quinlan. It'll be a base hit for Castro. An infield single, his 5th single of the night. And that is a new franchise record for hits in one game, 23 for Portland. Here's Khalil Green, who has 2 of the 23, a 3-run home run and a 2-run double. Nickel did everything he could, but there's no way he should have thrown to first base because Castro was going to beat it. But with a 7-run lead, Bernie didn't break to second. And the second baseman, Trent Durrington, was over there backing up anyway. Pitch to Khalil, and he takes a slider low, ball 1. Facing Nickel in the 6th, Green flat out to the track and left. Missed a home run there by about 15 feet. Earlier on his double, missed his second home run of the night by just a few feet. Pop up, shallow left center. Ramirez comes in. Meziga goes out. They converge with the left fielder Riggs, and it's the center fielder Ramirez with a catch, and the side retired. 2-out single by Castro. They leave him at first. He has 5 hits tonight. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Portland 15, Salt Lake 8.
Day 12 in my quest to classify and consume every single object at AM/PM. I am in the region commonly known as Gummy. It's a world full of multicolored worms and miniature bears who live together in small packs. They let me observe them up close. And then, one by one, I ate them.
Discover our crispier than ever corn dogs. They're 2 for 99 cents at AM/PM. Too much good stuff.
At participating stores for a limited time while supplies last. Prices may vary.
You know that feeling you get the first day is... It's a nervous excitement in the pit of your stomach. Because you know everyone's looking at you, wondering who you are and what you're going to do. Well, that's kind of like what we're going through. We're Comcast, and we're your new cable company. And we know that right now, all eyes are on us. And that's okay. We're the new guy, and that's how it goes. But we hope you'll give us a chance. Because we promise we're going to be committed. We're going to be dedicated. And every day, we're going to be there for you. Doing our best to help you connect to all the things you love most. Because that's our mission. That's what we do. And we're confident that once you get to know us, you'll be just as glad to have us as we are to be here. We're Comcast, and we're ready to work.
Comcast, proud to be Portland's new cable company.
Look for the sign, you're in Les Schwab country.
Doing business at Les Schwab is such a refreshing experience. If you're a first-time customer, welcome to a style of business that began over 50 years ago. And today, every employee is just as enthused as ever, genuinely interested in making sure you get the right tires and wheels for whatever you drive at the best possible price. Les Schwab, a tire store like no other.
Bottom of the 8th inning, 15-8 Portland. Adam Riggs will start it off against Brandon Villaferde. Brandon into his second inning of work, and the first pitch, a fly ball to a deep right field. Back goes Fernandez on the warning track at the fence. Home run for Riggs, his second of the night. Villaferde gives up his first run as a Portland Beaver in 9 appearances. Riggs' second home run of the night, and the 5th home run for Salt Lake, and they now trail by 6. Here's first baseman Rob Quinlan, 2 for 4 with a 2-run home run all the way back in the first. Pitch to Quinlan, taken outside, ball 1. Bernie Castro's 5-hit night is the first time this year Beaver has 5 hits in a game. 1-0 pitch is taken outside, 2-0. Just the 9th time in the PCL a hitter has 5 hits in a game. 40-year-old catcher for Tacoma, we'll see on Monday, Pat Borders, has done it twice, including a 6-hit game back on May the 8th. Pitch popped up foul and out of play by Quinlan. 2-1. 15-9 Portland. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Chad Hermanson of Las Vegas has 2 5-hit games. But Bernie Castro, the first 5-hit game for Beeve this year. Beeves with 23 hits, a new franchise record. Quinlan reaches for a slider, chops it to second, picked up by Castro, who flips to Bozade in time, 1 down. That'll bring up Trent Durrington. He slide to center, homered, walked, and grounded to third. Villaferde into his second inning of work. He worked an inning here on Thursday in the opener. Gave up a walk and nothing else. We've had 36 hits in this game. Portland with 23 of them. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Durrington takes a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Everybody in each lineup has at least 1 hit. Well, that's spreading the wealth anyway. Sinker ball inside, 2-1 to Durrington. We've had 8 home runs in this game, 3 by Portland, 5 by Salt Lake, including 2 by Adam Riggs. Villaferde's fastball, a half swing on 1 outside. They looked at it first. No swing. Three and 1 to Durrington. Villaferde's pitch on the way. Fastball, line drive, shallow center, base hit. Durrington has his second hit of the night, the 14th for Salt Lake. 1 on with 1 out. Here's the DH, Jeff Giles. He has doubled, fly to center, singled, and walked. Remember, tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 airtime, and on our pregame show, we'll have a special presentation. If you have a youngster who is a budding catcher, you'll want to be sure to catch our pregame show tomorrow. Fastball outside to Jeff Guile, ball 1. And while you're at it, set up the tape recorder. Young catchers can go over the interview with Rick Sweets several times and try to pick up what he's trying to say. A little radio clinic from the skip on the art of catching. High chopper to the right side by Castro into right, base hit. The second is Durrington on a hit by Guile. His third of the night. And here comes Barry Wesson. 15-9 Portland. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Beavers led 15-6, but then a 2-run home run by Riggs in the 6th. The solo home run by Riggs in the 8th. His 10th and 11th round trippers of the year. Barry Wesson, 1 for 4. Villaferde wants a double play ball out of him. So tomorrow, airtime 12:30, first pitch 1 o'clock, the finale of the series, and the Beavers hope to have an opportunity for a split with Carlton Lower on the hill. Fly ball toward left center field, playable for Jermaine Clark. He's there, and he's got it, and there are 2 away.
That is the third baseman, number 21.
Keith Johnson comes up, 1 for 4 with a solo home run. Brandon Villaferde is another guy that you could see in another Major League uniform a month from now. He could be picked up in a trading deadline deal. Villaferde, all kinds of ability, and the Padres like him, but they did send him back here to Portland. Villaferde ready. He'll look back at second. And the pitch swung on and missed by Johnson 0-1. And when they sent him here, they took him off the 40-man roster. He elected to accept his assignment here with the Beavs and hopes to be back in San Diego soon. Villaferde ready. And now he's set, and now the hitter Johnson asks for time and backs out. Left-hander Mark Lukashevitz is working out in the Salt Lake pen. He figures to be on to work the 9th. Johnson backs out. A long one here by Johnson would be his second home run of the game. The 6th for Salt Lake, and it would cut Portland's lead to 3. Slider outside, 1-1. Isn't this a typical PCL game? Game the league renowned for. 24 runs, 38 hits. Beavers lead 15-9. We haven't seen many of these games at all this year. Most of our games are 4-2 games. Salt Lake plays these kind all the time. Slider outside, 2-1 to Johnson. Will Nieves on deck. Left-hander Cliff Bartosh tuning up out in the Beavs pen. Brandon Paul Villaferde went to West Valley College 1994 and 95. That's in California, where he was raised. Made it to the big leagues in 2000 with Detroit, 3 appearances. Then 6 appearances in 2001 with Texas. 31 last year with San Diego. 2-1 pitch, slider misses low, 3-1. Last year with the Padres, Villaferde in his 31 appearances, his ERA 1.41. Made more than 20 appearances at the beginning of this season with San Diego. In fact, began the year as their closer. But he developed a little bit of a tired arm. The 3-1 pitch is outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 down. For the former Beav and the former battery mate of Brandon Villaferde, Will Nieves.
Is the catcher, number 19, Will Nieves.
Last year with San Diego, 32 innings. Villaferde walked just 12. With the Beavs, 58 innings. He walked just 22. Hasn't walked that many here this year. That's just his 4th. But he has the bases loaded now. With 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. Beavers lead by 6. The pitch to Nieves. Fastball outside corner, 0-1. I didn't like it. They thought it was outside. Villaferde bends at the waist, looks into Wiki. Bases loaded, 2 down. The 0-1 to Nieves, and he swings and lines one toward right. It'll be a base hit. Everybody moves up 90 feet. Fernandez guns it in on 2 hops to Wiki as they hold Dial at third. 15-10 Portland. Nieves with a base hit and a run batted in. Julio Ramirez comes up with the tying run on deck. And left-hander Cliff Bartosh out in the Beaver bullpen. Rick Sweet on the top step. Kind of towing at the cement right now. He's got his lineup card out. He's looking at it, and here he comes.
Number 13, Julio Ramirez.
So Rick Sweet is going to go to the bullpen and bring in Cliff Bartosh with the bases loaded and 2 down. And Julio Ramirez coming to the plate. 15-10 Portland. Things getting a little anxious here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Bases loaded with 2 down. And Bartosh will be facing Julio Ramirez after this Pepsi call to the bullpen timeouts. 15-10 Beavs. Bases loaded 2 down. Last of the 8th. We'll be right back.
And now a big chicken moment brought to you by Carl's Jr.
Honey, are you awake? I heard something downstairs.
I didn't hear a thing.
Oh, yes, you did. Go check it out.
I do not want to go check it out. You go check it out.
You're the guy. Guys, go check it out.
You come with me then.
Are you kidding me?
Why should the guy always have to do all the checking? You know, it's not fair.
What if it's the burglar?
So what am I going to do that you can't do?
Would you just be a man and go downstairs?
Maybe if we just wait long enough, they'll go away.
Oh, right. With everything we own.
Well, we have insurance.
Wait, there it is again.
Oh, it's probably the cat.
The cat that we don't have?
I got a better idea. What if we just hide under the covers?
Oh, can't believe it. I will check.
Sweetie, if you get in trouble, just yell. I'll be right here.
Don't be a big chicken. Eat one. Introducing the Big Charbroiled Chicken Sandwich at Carl's Jr. With a 1/4 pound of all-white meat chicken, it could be one of the biggest chicken sandwiches in the world.
At participating restaurants. Comparisons based on average pre-cooked weight at quick-serve restaurants.
Baseball fans, as you watch the boys of summer take the field, be sure to take a Fletcher's Frank back to your seat. After all, nothing goes with baseball quite like a great hot dog. Get them while they're hot at CGE Parks or in the meat department of your favorite store. And while you're there, look for our premium deli hams, link sausage, and stack pack bacon, too. Go Beavers from your friends at Fletcher's Fine Foods.
Bottom of the 8th inning, bases loaded, 2 down, 2 in for Salt Lake. Cliff Bartosh comes out of the bullpen to face Julio Ramirez. During the break, my studio host, Justin Kutcher, reminded me that this game looks a little bit like the Lennox Lewis Biddley Klitschko bouts from last week. Both teams are bloodied, figuratively bleeding at the eye. We've had 39 hits in the game, 25 runs. Beavs lead by 5 here in the bottom of the 8th. Salt Lake down to their final 4 outs. But the 5-run lead in jeopardy. The pitch to Ramirez. Swung on, line drive, whistled down into the left field corner. 1 run scores. Johnson scores. Nieves around third, waved home. He will score on a double by Ramirez. The lead is cut to 2. Goes Frazier.
Shortstop, number 1, Alfredo Alfredo.
3-run double for Julio Ramirez. 15-13 Portland. Here's the 9th man to come up in the inning. The league's leading hitter at .355, Alfredo Amezaga, representing the tying run. Absolutely unbelievable. We'll look back and the pitch from Bartosh. Breaking ball taken high, ball 1. Ramirez didn't waste any time. The first pitch from Bart, flying into the left field corner. A 3-run 2-bagger. Five runs in the inning for Salt Lake. They trail 15-13. The pitch to Amezaga inside, ball 2. Absolutely unbelievable. Beavers led at one point 15-6. But Salt Lake 2 in the 6th, 5 so far here in the 8th. 2 outs. Ramirez at second. Amezaga at the plate representing the tying run. He's got to count his way 2-0. Bartosh works him with a fastball swung on and missed. 2 balls, 1 strike. On deck, the guy who started it off with what looked to be harmless solo home run, Adam Riggs. His second home run of the night. Bartosh ready. Now he works him with a fastball swung on him. A fly ball toward left center field. Going over on the ball is Jermaine Clark. He's there. He hauls it in, and the side is retired. So they bring the tying run to the plate. Amezaga flies out, but they do get 5 runs. They had a home run by Adam Riggs. There were 5 hits. They leave a runner. Biggest blow, a 3-run double by Julio Ramirez. We go to the 9th. Beavers 15, Salt Lake 13.
There is cool. Then there is mass-produced. There is cool. Then there is flavor of the day. There is cool. Then there is over-roasted. There is cool. Then there is non-traditional. There is Boyd's Coffee. And there is nothing else. Boyd's Coffee, meticulously roasted in small batches by a company whose passion for coffee started more than 100 years ago. Find our distinctive 21 coffee blends in finer restaurants, at our stores in Gresham, near PGE Park, and our new Pearl location, and at boydscoffee.com. Boyd's Coffee. Cool beans.
When flying out of town for work or pleasure, leave your car and your worries at Thrifty Airport Parking. It's conveniently located on Northeast Holman, just off I-205 next to PDX. Thrifty has free 24-hour shuttle service with courteous drivers that take you to and from the airport. More importantly, your car is safe because Thrifty's lot is paved, fenced, and well lit. Check out Thrifty's web specials at thriftynorthwest.com or call 1-888-634-PARK.
Baseball fans, as you watch the boys of summer take the field, be sure to take a Fletcher's Frank back to your seat. After all, nothing goes with baseball quite like a great hot dog. Get them while they're hot at PGE Park or in the meat department of your favorite store. While you're there, look for our premium deli hams, link sausage, and stack pack bacon, too. Go Beavers from your friends at Fletcher's Fine Foods.
Too close for comfort. 15-13 Beavs entering the 9th inning. You heard correctly. Tag Bozade takes ball 1 starting off the 9th against new pitcher left-hander Mark Lukashevitz. The 1-0 pitch, and Tag takes high and away 2-0. Lukashevitz come into the ball game 1-1, ERA 7.85. Interesting spot to bring him in. They threw 1 scoreless inning here on Thursday. The 2-0 pitch, and Bozade takes a strike. Tag is 1 for 5 tonight. Lone Beaver in the starting lineup with just 1 hit. Mario Valdez on deck. It'll be his first plate appearance of the night. Lukashevitz's fastball, a half swing. It's taken low. They look at first. No swing, says Frank Coffin. 3-1. Mark Lukashevitz. Lukasiewiczz. The 3-1 pitch swung on, line drive, whistled over the glove of Johnson, down into the left field corner. Riggsy over to get it. Bozade will lumber into second with a leadoff 2-bagger. A hit that the Beavers need here in the 9th, leading it by just 2. That is the 24th hit for Portland, the 41st in this game. And now every Beav has at least 2 hits. Here's Mario Valdez, who will be making his first plate appearance after coming on to play left field for Mark Quinn, who went 2 for 5. Leadoff 2-bagger for Tag Bozade against Mark Lukashevitz here in the 9th inning. Here's Valdez, lefty against lefty. Lukashevitz pitch, fastball in there on 1. Valdez just 5 for 35 against left-hand pitching this year. He takes a fastball outside. Mario without an extra base hit against left-handers and just 1 run batted in. Alex Pelaez on deck. 15-13 Portland, top of the 9th. The 1-1 pitch is taken outside, 2-1. There's no one throwing, i.e. Courtney Duncan out in the Beavers bullpen. Dunk is just sitting down there, and so Cliff Bartosh will be on to work the bottom of the 9th when Riggs, Quinlan, and Durrington will be due up. What a slugfest. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, line drive, pulled into right. Base hit for Valdez against the left-hand pitcher. Bozade held at third. Runners at first and third for Portland here in the 9th. Nobody out. They could use a few more runs. The way this is going.
Number 16, Alex Pelaez.
They got it inside the 20 now. They're in the red zone. Now they got to push it in the end zone. 15-13 Portland right now. Salt Lake within a field goal. Here comes the manager, Mike Brumley. He's got a right-hander out in the bullpen. I believe that's Greg Jones down there. And with the right-handed Pelaez coming to the plate, he's going to go to Jones right here. First and third, nobody out. Pepsi called to the bullpen. 15-13 Portland. First and third for the Beavs here in the top of the 9th inning. And we'll be back right after this.
Allstate understands that most people hate to wait. Nobody ever says, hey, let's go stand in line at the Department of Motor Vehicles. Or, well, we could breeze through the 10 items or less lane, but what's the hurry? Or, who's up for sitting in traffic? With this in mind, Allstate is proud to offer its customers another really fast way to get answers about their home and auto insurance. The Customer Care Center at Allstate.com. Once you're registered, you can quickly check your billing status, make a payment, or report a claim. Of course, you can still call your agent to answer any questions you have. To register for the Customer Care Center, just visit Allstate.com, because when it comes to getting your insurance questions answered right here, right now, the right hands make all the difference. Visit the Customer Care Center at Allstate.com and register today. Features and functionality may vary. Read our terms of use at Allstate.com. Allstate Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, you gotta be here to grab the gear. Better get ready to go. See how it goes. Your sports and auto store.
Are you getting your fair share of trout? G.I. Joe's can help. Start with Berkley Trilene Sensation Premium Fishing Line for total control from cast to hook set. And make sure you have plenty of Berkley Turbo Trout Bait, now 42% stronger. And before you know it, you'll be taking your limit.
Seize the weekend.
Are you still with me here? I mean, can you believe this? We've had 42 hits in this game, 28 runs. The Beavers lead 15-13. They've pounded out 25 hits. By far a new franchise record, shattering the old mark at 22. And Salt Lake will bring the infield in here in the 9th inning. In this tight little pitcher's duel, just a 2-run lead for Portland, 15-13. Alex Pelaez, 2 for 5, climbs in against Greg Jones. The right-hander deals, and Pelaez takes a big sweeping slider in there, 0-1. Jones 2-2, 4.05 ERA. All 25 of his previous appearances out of the bullpen. The 0-1 pitch to Alex Pelaez, and he swings and fouls it off, 0-2. Alex Fernandez, who already has 4 hits tonight, is on deck. Bozade down the line at third. Valdez leads from first. No wheels in the base pads. The 0-2 to Pelaez, and he swings and cues one foul. Just did get a piece of a breaking ball. Still 0-2. He singled, flied to center twice, singled and scored, and grounded to third. Jones ready, and the right-hander deals on 0-2. In the dirt, smothered by Nieves. Bozade a couple of steps down the line at third, but now gets back to the bag. Good block by Wilbur. Jones this year has thrown one wild pitch in 40 innings. Beavers trying to snap their 3-game losing streak. Salt Lake trying to snap their 4-game winning streak. Even with a win tonight, the Beaver pitching staff is still in tatters. If they win or if they lose, still got to wonder what in the world's going on for the Beaver pitchers. Part of it may be this ballpark. 1-2 pitch. Reach for and punched on the ground to first. Here comes Bose. Turn and throw to the plate. Bose dives with a hand. Nieves tags him out. Good play by the first baseman, Rob Quinlan, who fielded that ball. Did a 360. Gunned a strike to Nieves to retire Bose. Down to second on the play goes Valdez. That's a big out. Here's Alex Fernandez. He is singled, fly to center, singled, doubled, and singled. And Mike Brumley going out to the hill to talk things over with Greg Jones. There's no one throwing back at Jonesy out in the bullpen. He wants to talk things over with the entire infield. The only time they got Fernandez in his 5 at-bats, it took a long running catch in left center field by the center fielder Julio Ramirez. They used to say about Gary Maddox in his days in Philadelphia that 3/4 of the earth is covered by water, the other quarter is covered by Gary Maddox. Same line could be used on Julio Ramirez. He can really go get him. Steve Green started 4 1/3 innings, 14 hits, 10 runs all earned. Elio Serrano for an inning, 6 runs, 5 runs all earned, 6 hits. Doug Nickel 2 2/3, 2 hits and no runs. Mark Lukashevitz gave up a double and a single to the only 2 hitters to face him here in this inning. And now right-hander Greg Jones. All right, we're ready to hook up. Fernandez climbs in. And the pitch to Alex, and he takes low, ball 1. Elias retired at first base on that play by Rob Quinlan. 3-2 double play. Changeup waved at and missed by Fernandez. 1 ball, 1 strike. Quinlan stepped on the bag before firing to the plate. So there are 2 outs. And Valdez at second. Beavers could use an insurance run here. 1-1 to count to Alex Fernandez. And now Jones steps off the rubber just as quickly back on. Fernandez climbs back in. The pitch to Alex, and he takes a strike. 1-2. 2 repeat when Salt Lake comes up in the bottom of the 9th. Riggs, Quinlan, and Durrington due up. All 3 have hit at least 1 home run tonight. 1-2 to Fernandez. He's already got 4 hits tonight. In 5 at-bats, Jones nods yes. Runner at second with 2 down, and the 1-2 pitch high and away, ball 2. Valdez leads at second. A look back, and the 2-2 to Fernandez, and he swings and comes up empty, and down he goes. Big strikeout for Jones. Beavers had runners at first and third with nobody out. They don't score. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Listen to this. 15-13 Beavers.
Hi, this is Gwen with PGE. How can I help you?
At Portland General Electric, we may be known for power lines.
Let me go over our time of use option with you.
The ones we maintain through rain, wind, ice, and snow.
It's not a problem at all. We can transfer your service from here or the web.
But there are other lines we're equally focused on.
Have you ever considered our online paperless billing?
Lines of communication.
Definitely. Our website is your best bet for that.
That's why you can call us weekdays for person-to-person advice.
Bueno, ¿hay algo más que le puedo ofrecer? interested.
Stop by our offices.
Yes, there are 2 financial assistance plans you may qualify for.
Or visit our website for a wealth of services any hour, any day.
Yes, all you have to do is log on to portlandgeneral.com and you can track your usage that way.
After all, in today's rapidly changing energy world...
Well, yes, compact fluorescents usually pay for themselves within 2 years.
Knowledge is just as powerful as, well, power.
Thanks. You have a good one, too.
PGE. We do this every day.
Dameril Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at Dameril Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call Dameril Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-DAMERO.
Well, here between innings, they've got Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne playing on the loudspeakers, and never was a song more appropriate for a ball game. Beavers have 25 hits tonight, but the question is, will they be enough? Portland leads 15-13 going into the bottom of the ninth inning. It'll be Adam Riggs, Rob Quinlan, Trent Durrington against left-hander Cliff Bartosh. Bartosh gave up a 3-run double to the first hitter to face him in the 8th inning, but then got Alfredo Amezaga to fly out to center, representing the tying run. So here's Riggs, sacrificed, grounded to short, struck out, then homered in the 6th, homered in the 8th. Bartosh's pitch to Riggsy, and he takes a slider inside, ball 1. 15-13 Portland, bottom of the 9th. Are you as nervous about this as I am? Bartosh nods yes, and the 1-0 pitch, breaking ball in there, 1-1. Do you have as uneasy a feeling about this as I do? Wow. Riggs climbs in, and the 1-1 pitch to Riggsy. Fastball pulled hard and foul outside third and down the line, 1-2. Brian Tolberg started. 5 innings, 12 hits, 8 runs all earned. Matt Hampton, an uneventful 7th inning, rather 6th inning in relief of Tolberg after he'd given up a 2-run home run to begin the frame. Hampton retired 3 of the 4 hitters to face him, only issuing a walk sandwiched in between. Brandon Villaferde, inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 5 runs all earned. Now Cliff Bartosh. The 1-2 pitch to Riggs. Change up outside. Riggsy wouldn't chase it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Riggs, Quinlan, and Durrington, all 3 have hit at least 1 home run tonight. The 2-2 slider misses away, full count. Bartosh this year, 43 innings, has walked just 10. But the way things are going tonight, the 3-2 pitch from Bartosh, fastball outside, ball 4. Here comes Quinlan representing the tying run.
Outlet is the first baseman, number 17, Rob Quinlan.
Quinlan homered in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, grounded out in the 4th, flied to right in the 6th, grounded out in the 8th. He has twice grounded out the 2nd. Oh, wouldn't a double play ball here be huge? 15-13 Portland, nobody out, bottom of the 9th, runner at first, the pitch to Quinlan, swung on a line drive, backhanded on the fly by Khalil Green, who throws to first, not in time. That ball was absolutely scorched, and Green reached down to backhand it. 1 big out here in the 9th.
Trent Durrington.
Here's Trent Durrington, flied to center. 2-run home run, a walk, a ground out, and a single. He scored 3 times. Everybody but Barry Wesson has scored for Salt Lake. Everybody but Tag Bozade has scored for the Bees. Bozade thrown out at the plate in the top of the 9th inning on a great double play turned by Rob Quinlan. Here's Trent Durrington, the Aussie, hitting .316, and he takes one in there, 0-1. Valdez in left, very deep. He's 5 feet shy of the warning track. Clark in center, Fernandez in right. Bozade at first, Castro at second, Green at short, Pelaez at third. The 0-1 pitch, taken on the outside corner, 0-2 to Durrington. Ricky Gonzalez has gone all the way back to the plate. Cliff Bartosh, the fourth pitcher for the Beavs tonight, trying somehow, some way to get a win against a team they haven't beaten all year. Portland leads 15-13 in the bottom of the ninth inning. 1 on, 1 out. The pitch from Bartosh. Fastball down and away. 1-2. Trent Durrington in the big leagues with Anaheim a couple of years ago. Back 1999 and 2000. Then went to the Dodger organization. Now back with the Angels chain. Bartosh has him by the throat. 1-2. The pitch on the way. Fastball inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Riggs at first. He's still an 8 out of 10, but you wouldn't think he'd be going. Trailing by 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trent Durrington. Bozade holds the corner. Bartosh peers into Wiki. Now straightens up. Checks Riggs. And the pitch to Durrington. Fastball, ground ball through the hole. Left side, base hit. Riggs around second. He's motoring to third. He'll be there easily as Valdez gets it back in. First and third, 1 down. Tying run at first. Here's Jeff Guile representing the winning run. Third hit of the night for Durrington. And the 18th for Salt Lake. This is going to be like Rocky and Apollo Creed in Rocky II, where they both go down for the count at the end. Question is, which one will get up at the 9 count? Which one will stay down? First and third, 1 down, bottom of the ninth, 15-13 Portland. Here's Jeff Guile. He is 3 for 4 tonight, but he doesn't hit left-hand pitching well at all. His 1 at-bat against the left-hander tonight against Matt Hanson. He walked. The pitch to Guile, breaking ball cued foul, 0-1. To repeat, Guile just 125 against left-hand pitching, 3 hits in 24 at-bats. Bartosh looks into Wiki. Tying run at first base with 1 down here in the bottom of the ninth for Salt Lake. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses away. 1-1. Barry Wesson on deck. Guile this year has 7 home runs. .25 hits for the Beavs, but will they be enough? They lead 15-13. 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the ninth. 1-1. Breaking ball outside. 2-1 to Guile. They're in the 8th inning in Edmonton, with Edmonton leading Tacoma 7-5. Edmonton a half game back of the Beavs. Bartosh looks into Wiki. Out of the stretch. A look at first base, and the 2-1 pitch swung on and missed by Guile. 2-2. Slow breaking ball. Now Durrington at first, represented the tying run, has stolen 23 bases this year. That's 5th in the league. But he's got to contend with a left-hander, Cliff Bartosh, who has yet to throw over. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Guile, who really struggles against left-handers breaking balls. Riggs down the line at third. Durrington leads at first. Big open hole on the right side. Bartosh ready, the 2-2 pitch. Fastball got him looking on the outside corner. 2 down. Two outs in the bottom of the ninth. Salt Lake trailing the Beavs 15-13. Here's Barry Wesson with 4 home runs on the year. Up there representing the winning run. Wesson tonight flied to center, fouled to right, singled, grounded to short, and flied to center again. He's 1 for 5, hitting .276. Bartosh fires. Wesson swings and lines one down the right field line, slicing foul back into the seats. 0-1 to Wesson. Riggs at third. He had a leadoff walk. Quinlan lined out to short, scorching a ball that was backhanded as Khalil Green reached down. For the first out of the inning, Trent Durrington singled to left. Then Jeff Giles struck out. 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. 2 on. Beavers lead by 2. Swung on a fly ball toward right field. Coming in on the ball is Fernandez. Makes the catch on the run. And the Beavers close out Salt Lake to win it 15-13. Just a little bit more toward the gap, and Fernandez wouldn't have been able to catch up to it. And the tying run would have been home. But Portland somehow hangs on to win by the final score, 15-13. And no, it wasn't the University of Oregon against the University of Utah. This is baseball. And the Beavers beat the Stingers as Salt Lake leaves 2 on in the bottom of the ninth inning. Again, our final score, 15-13. Portland wins it. And that's what it takes to finally get a win against Salt Lake this year. Their first victory in 7 tries. 5 more games on the road trip. 1 more here in Salt Lake. What do we have in store for us tomorrow? Airtime will be 12:30. We'll have our Rick Sweet radio catching clinic tomorrow on our pregame show. And then first pitch will be at 1 o'clock. Then 4 in Tacoma Monday through Thursday before the Beavers come back home. Independence Day for the first of the 6-game homestand. 3 against Edmonton, 3 against Tacoma. And Independence Day will have post-game fireworks brought to you by Budweiser. Game time that night will be 6 o'clock. We hope to come out to the ballpark on the upcoming homestand, and I hope you listen to our post-game show coming right up. Beavers win it 15-13.
When you go to your favorite restaurant and you sit down to one of their great steaks, do you ever wonder, why can't I make steaks at home that taste this tender, this juicy and delicious? Well, you could if you knew a little more about restaurant quality beef. You see, the beef preferred by the better restaurants is aged beef. Beef aged oh so carefully. Like the Tender Aged brand, exclusive to your F.G. Meyer Meat Market. Why does it taste so good? Well, the folks at Freddy's will tell you the aging process does 2 things. It increases the tenderness of the beef and at the same time brings out its full, rich flavor. So, next time you're at the F.G. Meyer Meat Market, look for the Tender Aged symbol. Take some home. Try it for yourself. Tender Aged beef, exclusively at your F.G. Meyer Meat Market.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like Chris and Rozzy from Less Than Jake.
I usually don't put stuff down on tape, because if it's not good enough to remember, then it's not good enough for riffs. So I have a bunch of stuff in my head that you go to write an album, I'll just start purging those ideas. Every little scrap of an idea that I have, I just record, and then I have this huge collection, and I listen to it, and I pick out stuff. I should do that. I'm going to do that.
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's time now for the Portland Beavers postgame show, featuring a recap of the game and scores from around the major leagues and the Pacific Coast League. Beavers baseball is brought to you in part by Portland General Electric, bringing the energy to PGE Park. By Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. By Fred Meyer, what's on your list today? You'll find it at Fred Meyer. By G.I. Joe's, go to Joe's, grab the gear, and seize the weekend. By Pepsi, the joy of Pepsi. By the Thomas & Auto Group, the leader in volume and selection. By Umbro, the official uniform and equipment supplier to the Portland Timbers soccer team. And by Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
A good old-fashioned Pacific Coast League slugfest tonight here in Salt Lake City. Visions of Steve Bilko in the 1950s, Bernardo Brito in the early 1990s. We had 8 home runs in the ball game. When the dust had settled after 43 hits and 28 runs, the Beavers hang on to beat Salt Lake 15-13. They have finally won against Salt Lake this year, so the monkey is off their back, and I certainly by that do mean the Salt Lake Rally Monkeys. Salt Lake, the AAA affiliate of the Anaheim Angels. Portland wins it 15-13 for the Beavs. 15 runs, 25 hits. I mean, can you believe that? 25 hits, 1 error, 9 men left on base. For Salt Lake, 13 runs, 18 hits, no errors, and they leave 11 men on base. Our winning pitcher, Brian Tolberg, in spite of the fact that he gave 8 earned runs on 12 hits, including 4 home runs in 5 innings. The losing pitcher, Steve Green, 4 in the third innings. He gave up 10 runs, all earned. And the save goes to Cliff Bartosh. And for Bart, it is his 9th save of the year. We had 8 home runs in the game. Khalil Green hit his 5th. Wookie Gonzalez his 2nd. Rich Gomez his 4th for the Beavs. And for Salt Lake, Adam Riggs hit 2. He's got 11 now. Rob Quinlan hit his 5th. Trent Durrington his 4th. Keith Johnson his 7th home run of the season. 3 hours and 34 minutes the time of the game in front of 9,498 fans here who were thrilled by this one. Boy, they say chicks dig the long ball. Chicks and everybody else like this one except for the true baseball purists. 15-13, Portland wins it. And the Beavers now back up above 500, 42-41. Salt Lake now, they fall to 39-43 on the year. At last report, Edmonton leading Tacoma 7-5 in the top of the 8th inning. If Edmonton hangs on to win, then they will stay a half game back of Portland. One way or the other, Salt Lake falls 2.5 games behind. One more game in the series tomorrow afternoon, airtime 12:30. First pitch, 1 o'clock. Justin Kutcher will be along with our Bud Light Major League scoreboard and our U.S. Bank PCL scoreboard after this here on AM 1550.
Allstate understands that most people hate to wait. Nobody ever says, hey, let's go stand in line at the Department of Motor Vehicles. Or, well, we could breeze through the 10 items or less lane, but what's the hurry? Or, who's up for sitting in traffic? With this in mind, Allstate is proud to offer its customers another really fast way to get answers about their home and auto insurance. The Customer Care Center at Allstate.com. Once you're registered, you can quickly check your billing status, make a payment, or report a claim. Of course, you can still call your agent to answer any questions you have. To register for the Customer Care Center, just visit Allstate.com, because when it comes to getting your insurance questions answered right here, right now, the right hands make all the difference. Visit the Customer Care Center at Allstate.com and register today. Features and functionality may vary. Read our terms of use at Allstate.com. Allstate Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Justin Kutcher back here at Beaver headquarters in our G.I. Joe's post-game show. Here's our post-game sports update. Part 2 of Rivalry Weekend on our Bud Light Major League scoreboard. Cincinnati won its 20th game and its last at-bat as the Reds rallied for 2 runs with 2 outs in the 9th to stun Cleveland 5-4 in the Battle of Ohio. Matt Lawton did hit 2 home runs for Cleveland in the loss. The Yankees won Game 1 of a day-night home-and-home doubleheader versus the Mets, 7-1 at Yankee Stadium. Roger Clemens got win number 301 on his career. Hideki Matsui hit a grand slam, drove in 5 runs for the Yankees. In Game 2, the Yankees held off to beat the Mets 9-8. The Mets did score 5 runs in the 8th to cut the lead to 1. Alfonso Soriano, Derek Jeter led off the game with back-to-back home runs off of Tom Glavine. Jason Giambi also hit his 21st homer of the season, and Brandon Clausen got the win in his Major League debut. The White Sox, they walked off the field again today in exciting fashion as D'Angelo Jimenez hit a game-winning single in the 9th to beat the Cubs 7-6. The second straight day, the White Sox have walked off the field victorious. Montreal doubled up Toronto 4-2 despite Carlos Delgado's Major League leading 26th home run. Atlanta lost to Tampa Bay 9-7. Philadelphia took out Baltimore 9-5. Jim Thome went yard number 19 on the season. Florida scored 4 runs in the 8th and 4 runs in the 9th to shock Boston 10-9. Mike Lowell went deep, number 25 for the Marlins. Arizona shut out Detroit 7-0. Jim Edmonds hit 2 home runs, numbers 23 and 24, to lead St. Louis to a 13-9 victory over Kansas City. Minnesota topped Milwaukee 5-2. Houston blanked Texas 2-0. San Francisco battled back from 6-0 against Barry Zito and the A's to win 8-7 in 10 innings in the Bay Bridge Showdown. Barry Bonds hit number 22 on the season. L.A. at Anaheim tied at 1. That game's in the 6th. San Diego at Seattle. San Diego's on top in the 6th, 3-0. One game in the National League. Colorado edged Pittsburgh 5-4. Now heading across the Atlantic, Andre Agassi, he survived the scare at Wimbledon today, coming back and defeating Jonas El Anoui 5-7, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6 to reach the quarterfinals. Agassi is trying to become the oldest champion at the All England Club in the Open era at the age of 33. When we come back in our G.I. Joe's post-game show, we will take a look at our U.S. Bank PCL scoreboard.
Emerald Ford of Beaverton has hit a home run. It's all about time, your time. And when you're shopping at Emerald Ford of Beaverton, you want to save time. That's why they've created the new Express Sales Department to save you more time. With quicker negotiations, they eliminate the waiting time while expediting the paperwork. Here's how it works. You schedule an appointment, choose a vehicle, then start the Express Department's clock and be finished in less than 60 minutes. Call Emerald Ford of Beaverton toll-free, 1-877-DAMERO.
Welcome back here on a post-game show on 1550 KKD. Justin Kutcher back here at Beaver headquarters taking a look at our U.S. Bank PCL scoreboard. Albuquerque nipped New Orleans 3-2. Iowa edged Omaha 2-1 in 15 innings. Nashville scored 2 in the ninth to beat Memphis 3-2. Oklahoma's up 5-1 over Colorado Springs in the sixth. Edmonton's on top of Tacoma 7-5. That game's in the eighth. In the fifth, Sacramento trails Fresno 1-0, and Tucson and Las Vegas are tied in the sixth at 2. And back in Salt Lake, well, it was a slugfest, but the Beavers, they squeaked out a 15-13 victory while pounding out a franchise record 25 hits. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow as the Beavs look to get the split. First pitch, 1 o'clock. Pre-game show begins at 12:30 right here on 1550 KKD. Now back out to Rich Burke, a tired Rich Burke, I may add, after this long, grueling heavyweight match at the ballpark.
Okay, thanks a lot, Kutch. Tired, but victorious. I feel good about things. Beavers win at 15-13. Not so sure I feel good about the Beaver pitching staff. In the last 5 games, they've given up 57 runs and 77 hits. And again, part of that may be due to the ballpark here in Salt Lake, which is typically a fairly good hitter's park, but with the warm weather we've had here over the last 3 days, the ball has really been carrying, particularly tonight. By the way, if you'd like to get our Beaver preview, send me an email to beaversradio@aol.com, and I will send you yesterday's edition and then put you on our regular list. Again, beaversradio@aol.com. Our Portland General Electric player of the game on a night when we had 8 home runs is a guy who had 5 total bases, 5 singles, Bernie Castro, who scored 3 runs. And he's the first Beaver this year with 5 hits in a game. It's just the 10th time this year it's happened in the Pacific Coast League. Bernie Castro, 5 hits tonight. Our Portland General Electric player of the game, brought to you by PGE, which has a lineup of renewable power options. Our All-State Good Hands play of the game goes to Alex Fernandez for not 1, but 2 plays tonight. He went back to the fence to rob Alfredo Amezaga of an extra base hit and an RBI in the 7th inning. And at the time, the Beavers had themselves a 15-8 lead. But then Salt Lake would score 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. And then in the 9th inning with 2 outs and 2 on, the tying run at first base, the winning run at the plate, Barry Wesson lined one to the gap in right center. And after a long run, Alex Fernandez hauled it in. And had he not been able to make that catch, undoubtedly the tying run would have scored and the winning run would have been in scoring position. But he was able to make the grab, and finally, at last, the Beavers had beaten Salt Lake. Now, Portland against Salt Lake this year, 1 win and 6 losses. They have been outscored now 61-38, even with their 15-run performance tonight. Every Beaver in the starting lineup had at least 2 hits. Even Mario Valdez, who came on late in the game as a defensive replacement, had just 1 at-bat. He had 1 hit. Each Beaver but Tag Bozade scored at least 1 run, led by Bernie Castro and Rich Gomez with 3 each. And Bozade was thrown out the plate himself in the 9th inning on that great double play turned by Rob Quinlan. Salt Lake, each player in their starting lineup had at least 1 hit, and every player except Barry Wesson and Julio Ramirez scored at least 1 run. And the Beavers, 25 hits tonight, a brand new franchise record. It was just barely enough. They win it 15-13. Portland is back home on Friday night, and hopefully their pitching staff will be in better shape by then. And by the way, Monday night, Clay Condrey will make a rehab start for the Padres in Tacoma for the Beavers in the opener of that series. Condrey back here on Major League rehab. He'll start on Monday night. But again, the Beavers back home on Friday night, first game of the 6-game homestand. 3 with Edmonton, 3 with Tacoma. Make your plans to be out to the ballpark. For ticket information, call 503-553-5555. Before then, 1 more game here in Salt Lake, then 4 in Tacoma. Remember, tomorrow afternoon, our airtime is 12:30. We'll have the Rick Sweet Radio Catching Clinic on our pregame show. Youngsters should listen to that and break out the tape recorder as well, and they can go over it again. Make sure they get everything the Skip has to say. Carlton Lower will go for the Beavs, 6-2, ERA 3.8. Chris Butchek will go for Salt Lake, 3-6, 5.22, as Portland goes for a split in the series. Again, 12:30 airtime. First pitch, 1 o'clock here on KKAD, worldwide on the internet, OregonLive.com. Until then, take a deep breath, everybody. For Bill Schonley and for studio host Justin Kutcher, this is Rich Burke. Goodbye from Franklin Covey Field in Salt Lake City, Utah, where the Beavers hang on and beat Salt Lake. Final score, Portland 15, Salt Lake 13.
This has been Portland Beavers Baseball, brought to you in part by Fred Meyer. What's on your list today? You'll find it at Fred Meyer. By G.I. Joe's. Go to Joe's, grab the gear, and seize the weekend. By Allstate. You're in good hands with Allstate. By Pepsi. The joy of Pepsi. By the Thomas & Otto Group, the leader in volume and selection. By Umbro, the official uniform and equipment supplier to the Portland Timbers soccer team. By Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light. And by Portland General Electric, bringing the energy to PGE Park.
Sound advice. No politics. This is Advice Radio. KKAD, Vancouver, Portland.